Okie dokie. I'm also just waiting 8 minutes until Down2Jam happens. And then wonder how much effort I actually want to put into it because... What do I have Down2Jam? I should probably add that. I don't need... Chill. Is it D2J? Or is it Down2Jam? Wait, does it say? Yeah, I want to make something heckin' simple. Debuggus is already streaming the things? I mean, this says 7 minutes, and then this says 7 minutes. I'm kinda, if you're talking streaming the things being Down2Jam. This is the quack. The motion of a whole bunch of messages at once does help me, huh? I see. Okay. Again, why have you given Pagorli this much power? Okay, there was an official hashtag for Down2Jam, right? At least I thought there was an official hashtag for Down2Jam. But I don't appear to be seeing it on any of these. Okay, it is D2Jam. Okay, that is what was popping up, but... Okay, there we go. So now it'll say that I am ready for jamming. Although, we'll see how much Down2Jamming I do. Because I have... If I do Down2Jam, I will have 3 days to fix the runestone system, and fix the visuals of the game, and try to do a Steam page. That's just a bad idea. Yeah, I guess the game does look a little bit more intentional with the tilted buttons and the text and stuff. I was gonna start doing like the animations for this, and I'm like, no, yeah, that's not necessary. So, like I said, the things I need to fix are the runestones aren't working. Did I want to switch out the? Well, it's because of these, the buttons here. I could maybe do the name of the button as like basic button. And then say the text on there. Made a message change system to make creating these extra extend functions easier. You just type a list of messages with times to wait until the next one and then it waits them all. Fun. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say I did see that you had the typo there, but I didn't realize it was built in anything. What was the idea I just had? The tooltip. Whatever the tooltip text is. If I call it a basic button, then I can have a name for the thing. And then... See, now I just want to work on the dumb dad blasted game instead of doing Down2Jam, but... Okay, so the button name... I'm thinking I do it the... Do you have a description? You should probably have a description too. I'm not working on the game right now. It's 5 minutes until Down2Jam. But then again, it should be pretty dang simple to add. And this is also not what I was supposed to be doing. I need to get the runestones working, then I can go back and finish the, the visual overhaul, and then the visual overhaul, I can also turn that into a Steam page, and then just chat out a Steam page and an itch.io page, and... No, wait, I have a description already. Why did I call it button? Oh, because you have to... Okay, so I have a description already. Did I have a get description? No, because it's not complaining. Okay, so but where is it setting the name in the description? Because... that appears to be saying I'm not setting the description. You want to extend me? I mean, I can extend me if you really want. Now, can I add a little thing that lets you extend me on your own? Look, where did I go? There we go. Oh, it just does. It just embiggens me. It does not extend me. I can rotate me. Yeah, it just embiggens me. I guess I'd have to... It's probably a setting to make it so that it's... I don't want to mess with it. I'm not doing goofy stuff right now. I'm just waiting for Down2Jam. I'm trying to do not so goofy stuff. Like, finish some part of this game. So that it's, because I'm going to be showing it at an event. And then the event is going to be like, wow, this is... You certainly made something. It's not going to go good. It doesn't have to go good. It just has to be there. That's it. I'm going to get a lot of feedback anyway. So... I'm using that as an excuse to just make a bad thing and put out a bad thing. And then when people inevitably say, hey, this is not the best, it'll be like, well, I know that. It's never gonna be good. Why have I been so pessimistic and disappointed? Like, I didn't want to have a job. I didn't want to continue doing that job. And then I get laid off and I'm like, no, I'm sad because I don't have a job. Why? Why does it have to come with this like little bit of disappointment and depression about the fact that I'm unemployed? Because I didn't want to do any of the flippin' jobs that I've had anyway. Maybe there's just this disappointment in myself that... Yeah, but I mean, like, getting laid off because of COVID happening, because of a pandemic, was certainly not my fault. Okay, and then here is where you're supposed to do description. And the reason I did all of this is so that then I can switch out the name font, most likely. Okay, it's time. Okay, so now I can switch out the name font, except that's... This is making me think I should just work on this and give up on Down2Jam. Because I'm just going to half-ass Down2Jam anyway at this point. I'm just going to make the shortest, quickest, smallest little game. And that's probably going to be the best idea to do for a game jam anyway, is to just make like the simplest mini game. The simplest micro game, the simplest mobile game. Okay, I could probably up the font size. Okay, that's neither here nor there. The flippin' thing is, starting. Down2Jam has started. Why are you still working on this? Because I spent almost a year on this. I want to have it somewhat done for a showcase. I feel like I should make the description a little bigger too. But that's neither here nor there because we are Down2Jamming. Because it has started 0 minutes and 0 seconds ago. Okay, thank you. Jam to go. But I have to go. Wow, there's a lot of stuff in here. Okay, I don't need to be watching just the... Is there a video attached, or is it just the premiere? Okay.
Hey, hey, hey! Welcome to the 3rd edition of the Down2Jam Game Jam. This is an online event where you'll be making a game over the course of 3 days.
Oh, did it just start?
All centered around a shared theme. For this edition, our theme is... plants.
Plants, okay.
You're free to spin this theme in any direction you like. Maybe you build a nurturing farming sim where you grow and harvest crops. Perhaps you create a frantic arcade game where wines overtake a lab, or a management game about running a plant-filled space station. You could even treat plants metaphorically. Industrial plants, invasive ideas like take root, or a world where the player is the plant observing strange things.
The theme is gathering too.
These planted enough ideas into your head, so
Man, I was kind of hoping for balls as the theme.
Down2Jam has multiple ways to take part.
Because I was like, I could just remake the first ever game I made. And then do it in 3 days. Or just make a sequel to one of my games.
Category is all about going solo and crafting your game's core experience from scratch during the jam. And if you need a bit more breathing room, you can submit to the extra category, where you have extra time to finish and upload your project after the main jam period ends. All the details about rules, categories, and timing are written on the About page of the D2Jam site. If anything is still unclear, feel free to ask questions in our Discord or on the site's forums. Alright then, take the plants theme in your own direction, and most importantly, enjoy the process. Good luck and have fun!
Yay!
There's always someone who absolutely hates the theme. Are you that person who got a feeling it's you?
Yeah, plants is fine. Although I'm hating it as the song goes along. Okay. Well, there was that one thing. Why am I thinking BlackRock? No, what's the... Okay, it's like game dev brainstorming tool. Stack Overflow? What have you done? What have you done? I guess it's as many as it'll allow. No, not portfolio. What was the... I feel like there was an application specifically Millinote. Is that what it was? Let's go log into Millinote and then it's gonna say you've got too many notes because you made like 3 of these things. Hey, look, it's done. Yeah, there we go. Your workspace is almost full. Can I do a new workspace? And then you're gonna say, oh, you have what was this one? I don't entirely remember. I think that was that one game jam I was about to start and then just didn't. What is this? A new board. There we go. Down2Jam. And then because of my, we're gonna do the programmer numbering convention. Because this is Down2Jam 3, we're labeling it as Down2Jam 2. Okay, the theme being plants. So new note, plants. Oh, and I guess now we can bring you back. Oh, there's also these albums too, but I think Too Mellow is pretty popular, so that's not happening. But, and then we just listened to that. And that was the other thing, was I was going to listen to this, because I'm like, I don't think this person has a huge following either, but... Okay, so we look up plant. We got a game idea yet? Planting plunks. Plunking plants? How about literal power plants? I was just gonna write down definitions and... Okay, so eukaryotic organisms that constitute the kingdom of Plantae. So that's one of the definitions. I was gonna say, it's probably what I want here is this. Okay. Back to you. Can I just paste it? No. New note. There we go. That's a definition. Plant control theory? Heavy equipment? How is that plants? Okay, there's chemical plant, manufacturing plant, a physical plant? A power plant. But I was gonna say, there's also plant as in a spy, so. Video countdown was a fail. Well, yeah, because I was like, oh, I was a minute or two late. Let's see where this is at. And I was like, oh, I guess I'm right on time. That worked out. So. So, a chemical plant. The only issue is that the theme is plants with an S instead of just plant. Okay, industrial, sure. We're just gonna take that. And then a power plant. Just like, oh, we'll combine both of them, and it's all about plants that generate power or something. And then it's just make Plants vs. Zombies without the zombies. Plants versus. Okay, but then there's plant as in like a spy, right? Do they not have that listed here? Right? A plant as in like a spy? I'm just surprised that Wikipedia doesn't list that thing. But I listen to the song. There's always somebody who hates the theme. That's why this is the plant, right? But you list a film that is called The Plant, but don't list it as... Isn't there something to do with spies and plants? No, am I... Is it like planting a spy? Planting... Sleeper agent. A plant, right? Okay, and then plant. No? Is this not a thing? Yeah, it was planted as a sleeper agent in the United States by the Soviet KGB. I mean, this is a very tenuous... Or at least according to this seems to be a very tenuous connection here. That, plants does not really equate to spies. But it does use the word planted as a sleeper agent, and I'm just surprised that this... yeah, music industry plant. Okay, so they do have this. Do they not have one for, like, plant as, like, a pejorative? Is that... Because that's kind of what they're saying here, so... A shill. There we go. There. Also called a plant or a stooge. There we go. That's the definition that I wanted to put down. Person who publicly helps or gives credibility to a person or organization without disclosing. I think that's a fun idea. But I don't know how you'd make an easy game out of it. Because I don't want something difficult this time. I'm like, I got other stuff going on. I need to be finishing the game that I'm currently working on for a convention that's happening in like a week. And not be doing this. And... okay, that's some definitions there. Okay. So now, I could either do a game about a plant, which is a kingdom of multicellular, predominantly photosynthetic eukaryotes, or like a power station plant, or like a shill, or a stooge kind of plant. Because this is all kind of under the factory, like, plants. Okay, well, we'll just leave, so we'll get rid of power plant and just say factories. So it's kind of the three ideas here. A plant being a eukaryote versus something factory related versus so vegetation, factory, and shill, I guess, or spy or something. Might just make a game where you play as a garden gnome, planting plants during the day, defending them against hungry slimes during the night, and when the plants survive the night, you can harvest them, and then sell them or use them to craft stuff for defense. You have to reach an ever-growing quota of something. Well, I feel like I've done a couple of not only gnome-related games, but also, like, because I have gnomes and gardens, which I did gnomes planting a garden. Although that one's technically here. But I did do the digital version. Still very proud of this one. And then I have agronome too, so I'm like, I have a couple of games with gnomes. I don't necessarily need to do another gnome related game. Says like the gnome guy, so yeah. Agronome would be an okay entry, I guess. It's not. I don't want to remake this though either. That's the thing too. It's like nah. Especially because this is not made by me. Basically, I just provided an idea and then proceeded to mess it up and call it a contribution. Gee whiz, I'm pessimistic. I don't know where this grumpy angle is coming from. This is the one that interests me the most, but I don't know how to do that as a quick, easy game, because that's what I want. It's like a quick, easy... I want, like, mini-game, micro-game, mobile game kind of, level of game. I want to do it like today and then call it done kind of game. So yeah, it is a full 3-day jam. It is well, it depends, because that was what was explained in the video. It's 3 days for most people, unless you want to extend it to 2 weeks. So eggplants? Are you talking like eggs that are plants, or are you talking like eggplants? Underplants. You're a pair of underplants? Is that how this works, Pagorly? No, you're underplants. I wanted the theme to be balls. When I saw balls as a theme, I'm like, I want to remake my first ever game in 3D. I'm going to try my best to get it done in 3 days, but there is a way to submit something late and then not be able to win, right? Balls was 4th. Okay. I think I did see the comment about, like, there was 4th. I think I saw that on the Discord, that there was 4 themes that were all pretty close. Yeah, the other plant-based game I never finished was I tried doing plants on, like, a planetoid. But every time I've tried to do a planetoid, it has not turned out. And I've tried it, like, 3-4 different times. I want to make a game using a planetoid, and it ends up being too difficult. Like, Stunt Planet, I never finished. The game about planting plants on a planetoid, I didn't finish. There was that one time when I tried to work with coworkers to make a game, and we met once, and then never finished that. But that was going to be like delivering items on a planetoid. Oh, and then I tried doing like a oh, I keep wanting to say Where's Waldo, but it was like a hidden character thing on a planetoid where it was like try to find the one sheep that's not like the other sheep. It's going to be very tempting to do a planetoid again. It's not. I'm not going to. It's not going to work out. I'm not going to do that, but yeah, okay. So, plants. Yeah, it's like the industry plant, I think, is the most interesting one, and I just don't have an idea for that or how to do it easily. That's really the thing. I want to make like a super simple game. I want this to take me like very little time, and then I can polish it for 3 days. And then I'm like, well, what's his face? Thin Matrix is doing kind of like a farming game where you just click on stuff. Yeah, I watched all of the videos leading up to the release of Equilinox, I think. And then for some reason, YouTube stopped showing it to me or something, and I just fell off and stopped watching. But I did start watching some of this again recently, and I was like, okay. I don't know if like an idle gardening game where you just click on plants to water them sounds super interesting to me, though. I don't know that I really want to draw plants. I don't know that I really want to just have it like you click on it, you water it, and there's a lot of people that would find that interesting. I guess the other game I thought of, I think I might even still have it installed, but something with garden? Cloud Gardens, there we go. Yeah, you just click on stuff and then the plant takes over the environment. I never did finish this one, and I think this is like one of those 3-hour games, so it's like, how did you not finish this? But I absolutely love this aesthetic. Very much my kind of game. Yeah, look at that. There's even a gnome there. Like, how did I not finish this? It's one of those I should boot it up again. I think, do I have this installed? I may, yeah, okay, I do have it installed. I don't know that I would want to remake this kind of thing either. In 2D or 3D or whatnot. I don't know, plants, I'm not finding the fun in it. I did see the hydrate. I did see the hydrate. I am hydrating. Like a plant does. Epic Games showing a black screen and can't start Unreal. I guess that's your sign that you need to use Godot. Am I that person? What kind of person? I'll fess up. I'll say that I am that person. I don't even know what we're talking about, but we were joking about me being on a list the other day. That hates the theme? No, I don't hate the theme. I'm actually not that kind of person. I don't hate the theme. I just don't have any ideas, and I don't know that it's all that interesting of a theme. I'm slowly becoming more of a hater, I think. But that's mostly because of I can't think of an idea, not because of the theme is bad necessarily, but that's something I'll do now. But Anti-Shimmer has a secret room showing how their outline shader works. I might try and copy it from there at some point, because I like their outline shader. I think I remember getting to that point in Anti-Chamber. I think I did that. That's a cool game. Anti-Chamber is a heckin' cool game. I was hoping for a theme that I could add some just very abstract stuff to. Like I said, like balls just sounded more interesting to me than like, well, plants makes it sound like you gotta have it look like something. It's gotta look like a factory, or look like a plant, or look like a person that is a stooge. Or a shell. So. Gonna learn, you said Godot for 3D games for this 3-day jam, yes? Yeah, exactly, 3D, 3 days, might be a sign. Nah, I secretly wanted it to be balls so that I could learn Unity dots and have as many balls on screen as possible. Okay, is there any other plant-related ideas? So if I type in plants... is there like a certain plant, like a Venus flytrap or something, and then it's like, oh, it's a game about... Oh, that was one of the ideas I had, was the... like the Feed Me Seymour. And then just make that as an idle game. Where you just feed people to a giant plant. Little Shop of Horrors, there we go. Somebody's made that, right? It feels like an obvious idea to just say, here's a big plant, feed people to the big plant. Especially because I have my little character generator. I'm like, that would make it fairly easy to just dump. Then I gotta figure out how to draw a plant, though, and a plant that eats people. Except, wait a second, I already have that. That's the crazy thing. Every time I come up with some, what I think is like a weird, wild, out there idea, and then I go, wait a second, I've already drawn that. I've already done that. Well, okay, I guess it's starting to come together. Where were you? I just saw it. This cake monster plant is this. There we go. Oh, but then I was having troubles busting out the character generator most recently. Okay, yeah, that is the most tempting idea to do right now, but... yeah, because Bomb Squad 2D was having a hard time running. And then I mean, I could download my character like generator, but that doesn't let me use it within Unity. That's Did I seriously not try? I guess it's been a while since I tried opening it, but I would have assumed. Well, it's like I guess I could either take. No, it was trying to pull them out of here, except the images weren't working. So I don't know. Do I really want to do that? Well, it's if I could get that working again, which you'd hope it'd be working. I put a good amount of effort into it, but it's like if I could have to just toss people into a giant plant. Because you were headbutting people into a giant fan. That sounds horrifying. Thank goodness the children weren't there to see that. Okay. Here. And then it's like card-based fighting game. Except like card-based fight, like I really done goofed up all of the naming conventions and like this one then? Is this the most recent one or is it the maybe it's this one? Let's try this one and see if it even opens. And that was the issue, was because I have to install another version of Unity, and I'm like, Firefox doesn't like Unreal downloading with the update. But it's slowed down now. I don't know if that's good or bad. Well, good luck. Here I am looking at like, do I have to install? Because that's the thing, is I tried opening Bump Squad, and Bump Squad didn't work. I don't want to start the process of trying to get my entire character creator remade again. I'm like, nah, how about no? No, because then I'm going to be disappointed and be like, well, okay, feeding people into a giant man-eating plant, I think is not a bad idea. And I would love to use the pixel art thing that I have already, but I suppose I could figure out a different art style for feeding people to a giant man-eating plant. Okay, because I know there's some games of like, there's a monster that you play as the monster and you eat people. Okay, there's got to be like an idle monster feeding game, right? I even saw the like recent game that was like Critter Kitchen or something. I don't think that's even what it was, but there was another one that was like a deck building. Because I think this was not a deck building thing. This was. Oh, it's not this. Wasn't there one with a raccoon that was looking kind of scary? That was. Oh, this is just a monster battle thing. It's probably like itch.io has some stuff. Was it not Critter Kitchen? Nightmare Kitchen? I don't know. That's a show, right? I don't. Oh, Kitchen Nightmares. Okay, whatever. Okay, if I go to itch.io and I like type in idle whore. Not randomizer. That seems a little iffy on itch. And then tags. Browse all with tags and then do horror. I'm like, I see a suspicious GIF in there, and I'm like, that's not what I want. Itch.io. Okay, Horror. Can I do it by tag? Yes, I can. And then idle. Okay, incremental maybe? Oh, that was just I was gonna say that was not horror games. There we go. Okay, I want to do. Where's my list of tags? Incremental, idle, and then horror. Horror plant. There we go. This is like a recent one that was just. Oh, this was somebody recently who said, "Hey, my game just did really well on Steam or something. Like they made a good amount of money off of this, just tossing people into a guillotine game." Yeah, okay, this is a dungeon crawl or something. It just sounds so much like you just idle horror farming thing. Yeah, there we go. Feed the monster. I was gonna say, there's gotta be something that's like just feed monster. Although this is saying it's a Balatro style thing? Substrate. Oh, this is a feed the void. I think I need to make an actual plant, though, is the issue. To have it fit the plants theme. Okay, I could just do little stick figures. I don't know, how hard is it to do that, like, paint, MS Paint kind of look? Well, that would be boot up MS Paint and then... okay, wait, can I do... Oh man, there's a game on the Wii from like forever ago that was like... like... I was like, maybe I'll just lean into making an ugly game. Yeah, that's gonna give me stick command, tower defense, something or other. But there's a game where you use like a bread clip to pick up guys and throw them around using the Wii mode. I'm gonna type in all of these words and it's not gonna give me the thing that I want. It's like one of the original, like this is like a original Wii game. Like... Okay. Wii game where you use a bread clip to pick up stick people. Because if I just give up on the idea of a... No, nobody has this. This is a thing, I swear. There was a game where you use a bread clip to pick up stick figures and toss them around. Defend your castle? Wait, I was gonna say, this is a super simple... There it is! That's what I was thinking of. Okay, so this had a lot more like... I found it though. No wonder I didn't remember the name, because that's vague AF. That is simple AF. Is your plan now to make a feed people to the plant game, or are you just distracted? I think that's the idea that I'm latching onto right now. But as in, like, you just pick up the stick people and feed them to a plant. I just need to make like a giant maw. I wanted to use my pixel art, but I'm like, I don't want to wait for this to unfuck itself. Does that mean I've lost my old project that has all that pixel art and all that effort I put into it? Yeah, possibly. I am also curious about that. Okay, so not you. Maybe we get rid of idle and just do incremental horror. There's purple carrot eater. Okay, I'm gonna be happy with this idea if this is the one I land on, but interesting. But I do want to try to come up with a couple of ideas. Yeah, was there like using different tools to pick up people? I guess that's an idea too. Like if it's you can use like a stick to then stick 3 people on a stick and then toss them into the plant. That seems like a cool idea, but also like bigger than I meant. I wanted this to be stupid simple. Just like pick up and shake the guy or something too, right? Okay, so it is a Flash game originally. I just remember playing it on the Wii. 2 years ago? Yeah, I was gonna say make this and then make it somehow plant related. Although tossing a guy into the castle seems like it's not a good way to... still thinking about making it first or third person. If it's third person, you're probably not the gnome, but you can use gnomes for defense. Yeah, I was like 2 years seems very recent. It's like, yeah, that is. Which is kind of surprising that nobody's done like a playthrough of the thing there. Okay, there we go. Let's see if we got it on Steam. I guess it didn't... Well, I don't know that it was the best game either, apparently. Yeah, okay, so you could bust out an eraser and other stuff. I think Kit Bash look is just kind of cool too. Yeah, 2008 is when this released. You get no points for archer kills, so you have to keep playing manually. Okay, well that's one idea. At least. I want to do a few ideas to then just end up on this idea again anyway. But it makes sure, like I said, it's like if you're exploring a maze and you find one route through the maze, there might be a better route through the, like, it's the cheese book. Which makes no sense. The Who Moved My Cheese? Where, yeah, you gotta keep running into the maze for a new stash of cheese. Okay, but this is, defend your castle, but feeding big plant. Feeding Seymour. But feeding a man-eating plant. There we go. Yeah, because then I could just make little stick figure characters and I could give up on trying to get this to run. Yeah, okay, that's... If it boots up, it boots up. I'm not gonna worry about it. If it's first person, you're not the gnome. If third person, you can be the gnome. Just having fast and thinking and considering I'm barely above average typing speed. That's slow thinking. I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure I'm below average typing speed for sure. We'll see if it's a little better with this keyboard that doesn't double click on things. That was definitely slowing me down a bit. Okay, do I want to do any other games with plants? Do I want to do anything about like a factory automation kind of thing? I was like, making some kind of factory automation thing sounds fun, but I already did Snowman Factory. And I wanted simple. I want simple AF, and I'm like, you make a little stick figure, follow the mouse. Seems simple AF. Now then I would just need to make a big man-eating plant, which that sounds difficult. I'm like, I don't know what I want for big man-eating plant. But... Oh, man-eating plant game. Oh, there we go. The Whomping Willow, so apparently there's a game about a man-eating plant, which would make sense. That seems like an obvious idea. Oh, it's a mobile game even. Okay. Or I mean, there's already the whatchamacallums in Oh, is this an old game even? Is this like an old... A year ago, a video about... What is going on?
Basically, we need to evolve this plant into the strongest plant, but I have no idea how. Maybe I should go and water it. Does that work? Let's find out. It doesn't. How about we water it a little bit more? Does that work? It still does not. How much water does it need? It actually grew ahead. You know, yeah, we still look very weak. What if I press on this right here? Whoa! Oh my god! So it looks like that this plant is actually able to eat stuff. I think that this plant is hungry. I wonder if we can eat something. Wait, what is that right there? Is that slime? Can we eat that? Whoa! Guys, it actually gave us like a bag of gold. Nice. I wonder if we're able to actually grow into a bigger plant if we actually eat some more. So let's keep on eating, guys. Just eat it all. Let's go try to eat. Maybe we can evolve. All we gotta do is eat some slimes, right? So let's go just eat.
Okay, so this is somebody's game jam where they did a man-eating plant.
Let's keep on eating and just try to level up. Whoa! With this superpower, we won't be stopped. Let's go and just try to eat some more. Wait, what's going on right now? Who are these people, bro?
It's funny that I have the opposite idea of you toss the people into the plant instead of the plant moving around to eat the people. But apparently there's not a lot for, like, man-eating plants. That seems a little surprising. Oh, is it just what it's called, is man-eating plant? Yes, okay, it's just man-eating plant. Oh, and the childhood game was deleted. Okay. Well, I guess there's an opportunity there. I'm surprised I stumbled into this, but... Okay, well, right now that it seems very much like what I'm feeling is just man-eating plant game. But I do want to think a little more. I don't know. Plants as like a thing that you grow. Yeah, a factory sounds like a big thing. And then like a person who works at a factory also feels like a big thing. I want to come up with at least like a couple of ideas and then nix them and then just do this anyway. But I don't know. There was, what was it? There was that one game jam that I was like, hey, look, it's not much. Wait, is this? Is there a way to look at the numbers of like? Yeah, okay. There's a good number of people that are. Okay, yeah. You know what? I might just do that. I got an idea and you're gonna stick to it. You decided to make it first person gardening game, I guess. I don't want to be lazy, just go with the first idea I thought of, but I also don't want to think very hard. Okay, so this is a new... We're doing 2D. I'm not doing anything complex. And yeah, we're not doing... This is Down2Jam. Do I want to come up with any other ideas? Because the other ideas for plants is like a factory thing or I guess like a gardening game or something, or is there any other definitions for plant? Or was there any other plants? Do you have like the database of flowers? I think I worked on a database of flowers as one of those. Yeah, okay, there's pitcher plants. Oh, I guess I could do like a pitcher plant as the man-eating plant. I think the Venus flytrap is kind of the typical look for man-eating plant, but if it's gonna be tossing people into a giant thing. I know there's like the cabbages with the like fractal look that are super cool. Okay, how about interesting plants? Is there gardening tower defense thing? No multiplayer because it's only 3 days. Plant that grows a large spherical fruit that colors in gray blocks when it rolls over there. There's some bumpers and buttons and then I just remake the thing I've already made. Okay, wait, how about just interesting plants? Interesting plants. I still didn't type it right. It's still gonna give it to me though? Yeah, succulents, pitcher plants, Venus flytrap. Whatever this flower is. Yeah, this thing that smells very bad because it's supposed to smell like a carcass, so that this is another one that's a okay, yeah, all of the interesting plants are the ones that are carnivores. Like this one is sticky and then it like grabs the thing. That's a crazy looking succulent. That's a thing that exists. Yeah, okay, there's a couple of these, like... yeah, I definitely could do, like, the sticky tentacle kind of thing, too. For now, I'm kind of thinking just a pitcher plant. Because then I don't have to animate it at all. And then I'm thinking I just make some stick figures. And then you toss the stick figures into the pitcher plant. I'll defend your castle. That's neat. Lily pads. No, it's making me think of that one old. Man, why are my references all like old? I'm thinking of that one frog game where you take care of a bunch of frogs and then you hop around on lily pads, like chasing down flies and stuff. Basically, I have to get the game done tomorrow, so I'll try to model sounds art myself this time. Well, that's the other thing about Defend Your Castle is, like, since it's a simple Flash game, I could also just do the sounds myself of, like, Okay, I don't have any other ideas. Oh, something with bonsais? I do like bonsais. There's gotta be like some bonsai trimming game or something, right? Okay, wait, I started having an idea and I don't remember what it was. And then I guess I could write down bonsai trimming game. Or like a hedge trimming game, maybe. Or I guess plant. Oh, yeah, we'll do bush. Or hedge. Hedge trimming. But I know that's like a mobile game already. Well, it's just the fact that there's also people saying, hey, my man-eating plant game doesn't exist anymore. So... Well, did this Defend Your Castle game have, like... I guess it has the health of the castle and then like upgrade points, or is that like waves? Okay. It's not an actual thing, is it? It's like that looks like the eye of an animal, which is it's supposed to, but it was like it's not that accurate, right? That's crazy. Okay, well, we'll just get started on that. And hopefully it's like quick and stuff. Oh yeah, and then it's gonna all go onto my C drive. Yeah, sure, why not? And then I can be confused as to why it's on my C drive. At least that's what I was doing. Okay, so now, do I have some ambient sounds to listen to people get crunched into pieces? Wait. I gotta get in the right mood. Is there like some nice zen, like the sounds of a person being digested? Could do the vat of acid guy from Rick and Morty. Holy shit, I'm acid proof. Eat my entire ass. I'm acid proof. And now a man who says he's entirely acid proof. We're gonna lower him into this vat of acid. Ah, oh god, it burns. Ah. Nice song with meaty crunch. Oh, I do have celery. I have celery that I have no clue what to do with. I can get some nice crunches out of some celery. Ooh. This is... And it's plants. It's a plant crunch noise. Okay, so while Unity is taking forever to... Oh, it's... I just made the project, hadn't opened it. Okay, so now while Unity takes forever to open it, I can go into... Do I want to... How do I want to animate these things? This is the question. Because I could make some simple shapes and then animate them in Unity, or... That's probably an okay way to do it. It's funny that I did a stick figure for the last Down2Jam, and it's... Here I am thinking, oh, let's do another stick figure thing for Down2. Okay, so yeah, this is, you can't upgrade your towers and stuff. I was gonna say, because I don't think I ever played this. Wow, it's a lot. It's a lot of upgrades and stuff. Oh, and then I gotta figure out a way to show the plant getting bigger and bigger. Do I want to draw UFOs that abduct people or something? I don't know. What are these numbers exactly? I guess I'd have to play the game to find out. That's a lot of number. And they squeezed an hour of game time out of it. Yeah, okay, enter save mode being the thing is done, borked, and broken. Okay. And then I'm immediately like, oh, let's do it in pixel art. I'm like, no, I don't have to do it in pixel art. I can do it in... Especially because it's not what this is using. Not that I have to do, like, this as the aesthetic, but... That's not what the original Flash game... Because I could go more for, like, the Flash game, but like, anyway... Oh, which, like I said, it's using paint. Actually, maybe we do that. If that's the look, why don't I just use the tool? So, and like I said, I think I'm just gonna build the stick figure in Unity. So I just need to do like a head, and not that, and just a line for everything else. Oh wait, Unity has sprites for that stuff, right? Because ideally it would be like kind of an articulable. Yeah, because now I'm like, oh, I want to do like a ragdoll kind of, yeah, okay, you can do a circle. And then, is there just a line? There's a capsule. And then we do that. We do that. Make this like huge. And then we make this capsule really skinny. It's not gonna look rounded in a nice way though, right? Or is it? I doubt it. It's not gonna matter though, right? Okay, is this gonna look like anything? Well, no, I need it. No. Okay, what am I doing? I need a square instead, not a capsule. I'm not trying to round this out. This is supposed to look as basic and dumb and bad as possible, because I'm aiming for OG Flash game kind of look. Okay, so this is person, and then this is the head. Don't do that, and then person, don't do that, please. Everybody is 0. I guess I can understand why they don't default everything to 0, but that still doesn't help me. Okay, person, head, square. You can be much bigger. Something like that. Then you. Something like that. Like that. And this is the back. And then right upper arm. Well, right arm upper, probably. That's what we made. And then we rotate you like so. Might need to make the back a bit bigger. Let's pull you back. Actually, you know what? I could just do right arm, right leg. Although I think this... Yeah, okay, this does have... Oh. Okay, so we do an empty object. This is the arm. Right. So the right arm upper goes under here. So then let's do that again. Arm, right, upper, And then I'm immediately thinking about physics and stuff. It's like, okay, no, you know what? So this is arm left. Yeah, it's because I think the physics and stuff will make it not... How do I mirror you across this nicely? If I just do this. And then this. Oh, hey, okay, cool. So now you are arm left, upper. Up until you're not upper and you're just the arm. Okay, well then... no, we'll keep it like this. Okay, so this is leg left, and then you're gonna be leg left upper. Okay, let's do here. Is that gonna fit on the stream at all? No. Well, let's just put that in the title there. Instead of... Oh, wait. So let's do that. Because that, I think, will fit in the title. Okay, there. Then that could go away. There, does that fit? Aha, there we go. I figured out a way to cover up all the other stuff on the stream. Okay, no, we're just gonna do Down2Jam day 1. Because then tomorrow I'm gonna be like, wait a second, I fell asleep and I woke up and I have a better idea. Because I've done that for a jam before too. Where I start it and go like, I don't know if I'm fully into this idea, and then I come back later and I'm like, I wasn't. I have a better idea now. It just took a good night's sleep. Okay, so now leg left. Position-wise, you're actually fine. Rotation, I gotta figure that out. There. Oh, mini rotation, you're not fine. Okay, so let's just zero you out. And then put you where I want you. Kind of. You're gonna be a bit of a pain, aren't you? Something like that, maybe? Because then it's also the rotation, the pivot point on these is wrong. So how do I redo the pivot point? Is also the question. Leg right. I believe I messed with this before, and then I've forgotten it every single time. I have forgotten more than... Okay. So now we just do that. And that. And then we give you a nice bounding box. No, 2D. It's been a while since I've done a 2D game. I've been interested in 3D, but I was like, no, we're keeping it heckin' simple, so. After the jam, I'll add a store, an upgrade system, and a way to earn virtual currency to the extend command. Again, like, cause you already made like one. Yeah, you made the game jam viewing tool too. Like, I think formalizing these projects and turning them into actual like things for people to have is a good idea. Oh yeah, that box collider's heckin' tiny. Maybe I made these objects a bit too big. That's okay, whatever. So 10. That is not the scale to mess with. 10. Yes, okay. And then like 20. And then scooch it down by like 5 or 10. Okay, that might be a bit big. So like 8. Yeah, maybe I make it like the size of the head, essentially. And then you can be like 12? No. 17? And then just scoot you down a little more. Keep going the wrong direction. Okay, so that's a nice clickable area for the character. So we add you as a prefabs. So now we have a person prefab. And you don't have a rigid body, do you? Because you kind of need a rigid body. Oh, and then we get rid of this person prefab so I don't mess with the wrong thing and then have to remember to save it over. We do... Nope. Why am I blanking on the thing? Rigid body. Yeah, okay, because it has stuff about joints and stuff too, and I think that's what I'm going to need for like this, is adding like a physics 2D joint. A friction joint, a hinge joint. I think a hinge joint is what I want, right? And then I need to scooch you along your Y. I like... that just didn't even exist anymore. So 0.1? No. Okay, so like negative 0.5? There we go, okay. Is that what I want at all? Okay, so you are going to fall into the ether. Let's try to stop that. I do want you to fall. So, give me a square. And I want to reset this, please. Just reset the whole thing. There we go. Now, where there is no person, so person, we drag you back in here. Square, you're gonna be ground. You're the ground truth here. Why? Just put you back in the middle. Now the ground. You go there. You obviously need a box collider, but don't need gravity right now. Like 100 on there. Sure. Okay, then we do person. Are you gonna fall into the scene and then stay there? Probably need to get rid of some rotation there too. Okay. Not bad, but you need to be parented to the object. Oh no. So many quacks. Good for me, making a first-person character in Unreal is so easy that I'm already done, even though I haven't done anything. Yeah, I understand that that's why you do first-person in Unreal, is because it kind of does a lot of that for you. Okay, so you... Connected rigid body being the back. Rigid body 2D? Oh, does everybody need a rigid body 2D? I guess not the rest of these, but... You and you and you and you and you and you. All need... Physics rigid body 2Ds? Nope, 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 nope. Physics 2D. Rigid body 2D. Oh. Okay, well, there. Now add a component that is a physics and a rigid body 2D. Rigid body 2D. 2D. Physics 2D, rigid body 2D. There we go, buddy. 2D. Okay, they don't have colliders. I don't know what that's gonna do if they don't have colliders. I don't want them to be triggers necessarily, but I guess they just need to not collide with each other, so I add a layer to not have them collide with each other? Or no? Okay, yeah, they don't have colliders, but they do have physics. You're supposed to have a circle collider. And then that is, yeah, okay, that defaults to the size of the head there nicely. The only issue is that these are all going to run into each other and it's all going to have issues. And then this, you already have a... Oh, you don't have... Oh, I didn't add the... Okay, I still didn't add that. Okay, so if I add the back as the connected rigid body, what is it? What does that do? Especially because they don't have colliders. What does that do? Why am I making a ragdoll? I just needed the idea of a person, and that was it. Where is the ground? What is happening? Okay, the ground. You do exist as a thing, right? Let's put you on screen so that I know the things that are on screen and can be collided with. Also, I gotta change the cornflower blue to something else. Okay, why did the head decide to go off on its own adventure? What are you colliding on? Why are you stopping and the rest of the body is continuing? Now, I do realize these don't have collide. Oh, wait, the arm. You are now connected to the back then, in a way that you're not even wiggling, right? Another reason is just like first-person games a lot. Okay, so now the right arm is... I feel like the... It's not that it's not gonna make or break it. Like, it definitely will be fine if I don't have a whole rigid person, but I think that'll be the fun of the game, is you drag a... Actually, that's... Okay, what are you running into? Why are you sticking there like that? Okay, so now we just hinge everybody together. So, like, you have a hinge joint. I guess technically the... Oh, so what happens if I add a collider to this? Because now the back has a collider. So... Yeah, okay, it's giving me the boxes just fine. I could make it a trigger. Like, the arms and legs could just be a trigger. But what are you balancing on? What is the head running into? Oh, the person. This should be a trigger. There we go. Damn it. Did any of this go through? No, I knew this was gonna happen. I knew this was gonna happen. I know I just need to hit the button here. But I also need to remember to do that. And I'm like, no, I don't want to remember to do that. I want to just do this, and then I don't have to remember anything. Okay, the person needs to be trigger, so that then the rest of the body stops running into it. This seemed to be fine. If I add a hinge and a box collider. So we're going to actually move the hinge joint down. Because I think having the rigid body and the collider... I think the collider makes the most sense first, but I don't feel like moving things around. So now we do box colliders for everyone. You get a box collider, you get a box collider, everybody gets a box collider. Physics 2D, box collider 2D, specifically 2D. And now you get a hinge joint, you get a hinge joint, everybody gets a hinge joint. Let's reference an Oprah meme that I don't hardly even know. I just know that there's a meme. Okay, so now are you going to ragdoll and fall down? Because that would be heckin' cool. Oh, the trigger means you're not gonna exist. What? Oh, there's no person. I didn't add a new person to the scene. Okay, so now why do you do this? Just put it in the middle. And then I lied. Put it up a little above the middle. So there we go. And you're gonna fall onto the screen. What are you gonna do? How are you gonna do it? I didn't connect them. Early in the morning. Early in the morning. It's all the back anyway. I didn't really need to go through and do each individual, but that's okay, whatever. Although, if I do the lower parts of the arms and legs, that will need some more. You exist, right? No. Damn it. Okay, person. It's just... Okay, no. Just remember to click the prefab instead of the person when modifying the thing. I didn't move... Okay, that was the thing. I needed to move the joints, too. I forgot all of the steps that I did. Ruh-roh. Okay, the hinge joint. The anchor needs to be negative 0.5. Okay, not along the X. Negative 0.5. There we go. Okay, so that's the hinge joint there. I'm assuming it's got to be different on each of these, right? Yes. Because that's putting it at the knee instead. Okay, negative 0.5. No. Okay, 0.5. Not negative. That's all. I had the right thing. I just... Okay, so then same thing for you. 0.5. Okay. Then I can do the rest of this for the rest of the arm and leg components. Hey, there we go. Head also needs to be attached. Meaning I need a hinge joint. Physics 2D. Hinge joint. Yeah, I could add some angle limits and stuff too. Then the anchor probably here, maybe, kind of, sort of, I don't know. Nope. I guessed incorrectly. So negative 0.5. There we go, at the base of the neck. And you should be attached to the back. Okay, So now, is that working? Maybe we make the neck a little stiffer. That seems very floppy. Motor. Like angle limits? What does that mean again? This does feel like one of those that arms and legs need to break so that you can like rip the person apart into pieces. If we're doing like classic Flash game with like blood everywhere. Okay, so oh, that's all. Okay, what is 0 or where does 0 start in for a 360? Like where does 0? Because I want like this angle here, just a little bit right here. So we're gonna just guess like this. Oh, that's the motor speed. Okay, 80, 100. We're just gonna guess that that's the angle, and if it's off by some degree of 90, did that do anything? That didn't seem to do anything. So then we add another position around the 180, so 170. And then 190. So I gotta position around the or maybe I just don't worry about it. The angle didn't seem to do jack diddly. That really, I thought that was supposed to constrain it in some way, shape, or form. Also, I did it again. I knew I was gonna do this. Okay, the prefab is what I want to mess with. Now, as part of the prefab that I'm messing with, what do you... Okay, this. Here. Don't think I really muted that one. Okay, motor speed being like 100. That'll make it a lot stiffer. The angle will be completely screwed up still, but that'll make it a lot stiffer, right? We like a stiffy. Wait. No, you're just gonna fucking do whatever. You're just gonna do the same thing over and over again. Any particular reason for that? Is it because the back is just fully inside of the head here? If I scooch it down a little bit so that they're deconflicting a little more, is that gonna be good? I don't think that's gonna do jack diddly. Why is this one? Okay, I'm gonna add here. So now that means it's gonna be stiff enough that it's not going to flip and move at all whatsoever, right? I want it so rock hard that the joint doesn't even move. They just knocked their own head off. I want the neck joint should be a lot stiffer. How is none of this going through and doing anything? Oh, it's not using the motor anyway. The motor that I just added. Use connected anchor. Use limits. Oh, it wasn't using the limits and it wasn't using the connected anchor. Or the motor. Okay, so like what do you have? Okay, because the motor speed is nothing. Okay, maybe like 10. Okay, so let's wait. Did I add the limits? Okay, yes, I did say use limits. I did say use the motor. Okay, so now let's see what that does if it's actually turned on. It just... Okay, it broke immediately. But that seems like progress. So the limits on the head here instead go back to... Okay, let's just say you're pivoting around 0, so I want to do like a -10 and like 10. Are you gonna let me do like a 10? Or rather, a -10 is fine. Are you gonna let me do -10 is the issue. Oh. Hey, there we go. Now, I want to move the legs down a little bit, actually. Because I moved the body down a bit. Or the back down a bit. Okay, something like that. No, I did it again. Okay, you are supposed to be applied to the prefab. Okay, and then I still gotta make the arms and the rest of the legs and hinge and stuff. Okay, cool. So now let's do you. I want to do another. And then we do like so. And hinge it like right there, I guess. And then this is arm right lower. Or forearm or whatever. So that it would be like 4 leg, I guess. But your connected object is actually just going to be the right. So now, does that give me a nice chain of arms? It does. Okay, so now we repeat the process. The rest of y'all. Actually, wait. As in, we just do this. Okay, nope. There. Arm left lower. And then your connected body part is this. And then your position is actually flip this and flip this. Yes. Okay. I did it again. Apply all. And then say, oops, I lied. And then we do you. And scooch you to right about there. And so this is arm left lower. Yeah, I'm in full on, like, just working mode. As in just mumbling about whatever thing I'm working on instead of actually, like, yakking about something. I don't really have anything to yak about either. It's like, I'm unemployed and I don't do anything during my time off. I just watch YouTube videos and eat too much. I've been eating too much pizza because I made pizza and it was delicious. And oh, fudge face. Nope. You're supposed to be this. And then you're supposed to be... Why? I want it under this. And you decide, okay, no, if I put it under that... okay. But Mad Max Fury Road is still an absolutely incredible movie. If anybody had any doubt. It was absolutely a blast to watch it in theaters. And I think there were more people in the theater to watch this movie from 2015 than there were to watch new movies. After having seen some new movies recently. Do I make the head a little bigger? It doesn't matter! For now, I probably should. Buddy? You don't exist? You don't exist. Whatever, you're not in the right position, but who cares? Your leg didn't get fixed? It didn't, did it? Your leg did not get fixed. Yeah, okay. There. So now I have a physics-based stick figure that I can throw around, and then can I get the breakable joints? And then the breakable joints, can I add blood to those? Okay. Also, can I make you, like, stiffer in general? Let's just make you have a stiffy. So the head, yeah, because there's like I was using the motor, and the motor has a thing. It also has the limits and stuff, and I think I do want to add the breakable parts to it, and then see if there's a way to. Okay, so it's to say use motor and then make it like 10 kind of thing. Because I'm pretty dang sure there's a way to make the joints a little stiffer. Oh, I remember what I was using joints for. Was, neat. Motor is not what I want. I think I just need to make the... Yeah, okay, because you're spinning now. I'm making some kind of crazy physics thing. It's like, how is this related to plants? I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Use limits. The limits aren't related to anything, though. Well, for arms and legs, they're going to need to be different. And shoulders and elbows and stuff. They'll need to be different. Okay, well. Whatever. It's a floppy guy. So now... Do I... At least, I keep trying to naturally click the head. So maybe I don't even need this trigger for like the whole body, especially if it's gonna flop into a complete nightmare anyway. So... Maybe we just remove that. What does that do? Yeah, okay, same thing. So now the question is, I want to be able to click the head and have it follow the mouse. So now we're gonna do a game manager, and I need a script. And then we do a game manager, West Virginia. Probably need some kind of input stuff too, but a ramen slime. Delicious. I was gonna say I was just having ramen, but I was actually having poke. And then they were like, "Oh, you can have miso soup, and you could make it into ramen if you wanted." And I was like, "No, poke's good." But I did end up getting miso soup as a side, and it was like, I said I wasn't that interested in having ramen for dinner, and then I basically just had ramen for dinner. So yeah, it was just completely full of it. Did I do MTC Sharp script again? I did MTC script. God balls. Can't even say it. Okay. In mono behavior, it's the first one. It's just because of the previous job and or jobs that I defaulted to doing MTC sharp script. But okay, create a script, and that script is a mono behavior script, not an MTC sharp script. I don't know why I default to that. So this is the game manager, which was that a yes or a no? Are you doing the thing or are you not doing the thing? Yes or no? Did you accidentally dump it here? No. But you said you can't do it because this doesn't... Okay, it's a basic flippin' Unity flippin' thing. Put it on the game manager. Did you do it that time? You did it that time. Okay, I don't know why you didn't do it earlier. So now... Okay, I didn't even need paint. I was like, oh, I need to make the things. And it's like, no, I'm using basic shapes in Unity anyway. So... I know this song too. Thank you for the hydrate. I almost feel like I'm getting another, like, sore throat thing. And I'm like, no, we can't just be passing the same cold back and forth, right? It doesn't mutate that fast, right? I don't know why I'm feeling like a slight bit of sore throat. Yeah, I can't tell if I'm just imagining it or not. It's like, it feels sort of like a sore throat, and I'm like, it can't be. Like I said, we can't just be passing the same cold back and forth. That's wild. Down2Jam started today, and the theme is plants. Neat. Maybe I should think about doing that. Oh wait, I'm already doing that. Give you a game idea, please? I could look at my, I really only came up with one idea, now I'm making it. I'm basically making the Flash game Defend Your Castle, except you're tossing people into a, you are, yeah, I am doing it. You didn't look at the themes? The only ideas I came up with were this, which was Defend Your Castle, but it's a man-eating plant. Or some kind of hedge trimming thing. I literally just, I was like, this is the only idea I had, and I felt someone interested in it, so I said, you know what, fuck it, that's what we're doing. Oh, it didn't look at the stream title or whatever it's called. I was gonna say, yeah, I kind of put that in the stream title and stuff, too. Yeah, I was trying to do something very simple, because I'm like, if I can get this done early, then I can go back to what I was doing, and I have a deadline of next week. I have the deadline of next weekend, and yet I'm doing this. Because I was like, no, we're doing Down2Jam again. But the fact that I found an idle game that is a man-eating plant thing, and then also people's like, rip, it doesn't exist anymore, is like, I guess that's an opportunity that I didn't even mean to hit, but okay. We're not gonna add the, like, blood splatter just yet, but I have the physics. I'm adding the pick it up. You can pick up the person by the head or by whatever. Okay, so maybe not the game manager. We'll just do that on the person instead. So scripts. C# as in mono behavior, not C#. It's... And then this is the person. So now the person is going to be if what's the thing? It's like on click. I'm feeling extra sneezy now too. I can't be having the same cold again, right? Maybe I go take another coldies. I just took a coldies, though. Yeah, you're saying the plant bites the person? I'm saying very much like the. Well, this is saying this is the plant with like teeth and everything. I'm thinking I kind of want to just do a pitcher plant just because that's easier to draw. And then it's gonna be just tossing people into it anyway. So maybe I give it teeth or something. I don't know. But well, I know that they did that game recently. That was just feed berry, berry, where it was just like you toss berries into a hole. So that's very much what it is. It's gonna be. Which, I mean, this has a gnome on it. You'd think I would have snapped it up real quick here, but. Oh, and it is sitting at overwhelmingly positive. I did see one clip of Giga playing it. This feels like a thing that I'm, like, contractually obligated to play. Because it's just covered in garden gnomes. Okay, so... fudge face. What's the... This is the new input manager hover. I'm using the old one. I don't feel like remembering the new one. So... yeah, I'm not allowed to get sick because then whose fault would it even be? No, like I said, because that would have to be, like, it... Especially because now I don't even go out anywhere and do anything. Like, I'm not even anywhere near coworkers because I don't have coworkers anymore. So it's literally the only person would be... It's just we're passing the same cold back and forth. I guess that would be a thing to look up, is can you pass... Like, does a virus mutate that fast? Can it mutate between one person and another person and then back to you that fast? Yeah, movies and food place, and we weren't near people. It was like, that's... I haven't been around people. Except for one person who's sick. And that person is sick because I gave them a cold. It's like, wait a second. Gosh dang it. What's the Unity on hover? Or Unity on click? Unity click on object. What's the code again? Wow, there's all sorts of remixes. That's the physics.raycast. It's just, on mouse down. There we go. It's been a while since I used the old one. On mouse down. There we go. So then if input dot get button down, and that button being input dot, oh, their mouse button, there we go. I was gonna say it's not get button down. Get mouse button down, and then that'd be 0. Oh, it's a, I was gonna say it's a bool. It just needs that. Okay, so that means the object has been clicked. Then it should be transform position is equal to the it's not going to translate correctly. Let me just see if I can do input mouse position. That's not technically what I want. I don't think. I think that's going to explode if I do that, but we'll try that. Oh, did I put this on the... my goodness, he has done so many remixes of songs. I wonder if it's gonna yell at me about that. I guess I'll have to talk over it. Maybe. Okay, so now what the fluffin' heck was I doing? I was gonna add this stuff to you and see if it... yeah, it's because this is the one that has the collider. But then again... okay, wait, maybe I could just have a thing that it says like an on-click instead of person. I lied, maybe. I'm gonna do that. Okay, so... I fucking lied about that, bro. So, no. You're gonna be person, and then the person script is gonna be different. So this will be mouse pickup is the script I want. Okay. It's not enough to... okay. Mouse pickup. Block up. Blink up. Pick up. Mouse pick up. New variation of keep talking and nobody explodes. Keep talking and nobody gets copyright issues. That's how it's been for quite a while, I think, is that like if you can't make out the music fully in the background, then you could avoid the copyright problems, but sometimes it's nice to just chill and not be yapping literally constantly. Now, I wonder if you could... if you play two songs at the same time, does that conflict enough to... I was like, do you get double the copyright issues, or do they negate each other? Like, can I just play two songs at once? That's, I think, it'd be kind of audio torture, but... Now, what if I play them staggered? If I repeat the same two songs staggered. You know, like, row, row, row your boat. Row, row, row your boat. Gently down the stream. Gently down the stream. Merrily, 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 merrily. Life is buttercream. So, mouse pickup is the one that should have the stuff that I just put in person. There. So, I lied, you're not gonna have anything. And then mouse pickup. So now I can do that for the individual things that actually have the colliders. So I want you to be able to pick up the person by, like, the arm. Okay, for now I want it to just be like the head. And then we'll see. Scripts for you. Okay, this is probably not going to turn out well, but we'll see. Play all the songs at once. I definitely have heard the, like, versions of, like, playing a whole bunch of things synced to one single moment that you watch. You listen to all of them. Because I think I've seen that with, like, the, steamed hams. It's like a version of steamed hams, or it's like 100 different versions of steamed hams synced to, like, a single moment. Tell me to watch your stream instead of going to this work meeting and don't want to go. Why not both? Probably because it'll be a little confusing to do that, but... I don't know. I would say having a job is income, though. But... then again, if the job sucks, then... just sucking away your life just for income. I think that's also why I've just been so lazy when it comes to work. It's like, I don't care. Okay, so now you, if you fall down again, let's zoom the camera out again too. I'm also making this like a performance nightmare here, aren't I? So you're just supposed to snap to the position of the mouse there, buddy. Okay, so camera, let me just like double the size of this. Or more. There we go. Okay, so now why did that not seem to do anything? So person head has a mouse pickup script. The mouse pickup script says on mouse button down, it does the transform position of the thing here to the mouse input position. How about we just do this? Is debug.log object clicked. Let's just see if it's getting clicked, then I could see if I could pick it up. And once I could pick it up, then I just have to get it to drop into a goal, and then I can be done. Yeah, buddy, splines once again. I'm doing like physics ragdoll sort of stuff here instead of splines. Are you doing splines again? Is that what's happening? Is Braina doing plant splines? I'm doing a pitcher plant specifically so I don't have to do any kind of like tentacles or whatnot, so. You're doing splines again? That's exciting. That's fun. Well, okay. I need you to not do maximized. I need you to play focused. And then the console did not have jack diddly. The head has a circle collider with a rigid body. That's not a the trigger shouldn't matter. And it has the mouse pickup script. So why you no get clicked? Wait, was it on mouse down or on mouse? Oh, it's on mouse down. It's okay. No, wait. Did I do the wrong thing? Yeah, okay. So no, it's on mouse over or something like that, right? On mouse over. There we go. How did you turn it to Rivet? There we go. It would help if I did the right chunk of code. There we go. So now, does that, I'm assuming, glitch out entirely? Yeah, I'm remaking an old Flash game. That's what I'm doing. So now... No? Why you don't want to do anything? The head has the script. And it has a collider for you to click on. And I'm clicking it. I don't seem to be taking in any mouse input. And then here, on mouse over. Okay. Mouse over. The mouse overed quickly. Okay, we're not opening you right now. You have it adding all of the extends? That means it's just gonna extend like an absolute butt ton. Why are you like this? Is there an object over top of this? No, there's not. There's just this person thing here. Then it should just be this collider, which has nothing else on top of it. So then when I mouse over, it should mouse over it. On mouse over. Am I missing something for the mouse over stuff? I forgot how to do this. Because I've been using the new input system. Unity, mouse over. I do! I feel like I've got a stuffy nose now, too. I better not be sick off of this same cold I already had. I mean, yeah, it was a pretty minor cold. It didn't matter much, but... I don't want to have the same minor cold. Extend number just increases a number that's not related to anything. Okay. There's now 15% more nothing in the universe than at the start of the stream. 15%? I doubt that the universe is growing that much. That seems crazy. You're saying in 2 hours, 15% more nothingness? There's 30% more nothingness? I think your math's off. We gotta Google the exact amount of nothingness. Yeah, okay, I should be standing for an hour and only sitting for like half. I think I was just sitting for like an hour there. Okay, so... What do you mean? Why are you having a hard time with this on mouse over... On mouse... Is it the private part of this? It's just... That was just on mouse over was the thing, right? Why are you not getting moused over? Mouse pickup is on the object that has a collider. So it should just be mousing over the object. I don't think it even needs a collider even. I think it just needs to be the object or something, right? And yet you were clearly not getting moused over. At least according to the console, you're not getting moused over. Why? This is heckin' simple. What did I miss here? Because I would have assumed it's the collider. Or the rigid body, but both of those are added. And I have the mouse pickup script. The mouse pickup script has this bit of code for the on mouse over. You're not using the new input system, right? Or does it default to the new input system? No, I think it would be complaining and saying you're using the old input system when you're not. Okay. Because now I'm like, okay, we go look at Plunk, because Plunk has the mouse over. Oh, which is where I'm doing the whole event. But it should still be, just look at one of these. On pointer enter. Okay, but this will tell me. So if I do the on pointer enter instead, it'll probably yell at me that it doesn't have the pointer event data. Or it'll yell at me, hey, you're... Okay, so now, is this gonna give me a mouse over? Or no? A whole bunch of hydrates. Okay. Find a setting where you can enable both input systems. I think you were talking about this last stream even, for debugging purposes before we realized, wait a second, I just don't have a event handler. Or a physics raycast or what it was. What do you fluffin' mean? This is the game. I'm hovering over the flippin' thing. Why does nobody want to say that there's the head that I'm trying to click on? I want head. Give me the head. Why nobody respond at all? The game's clearly running. Oh, is there still back to be had? Whoopsie daisies. Why is caps lock on? Back. I doubt that I did that at all. Okay, but why? This is basic stuff. I hate it when this happens. I'm like, I goofed up the basic thing here. So it's not doing on pointer enter. And it's not doing mouse over. It's just not responding at all. which would make me say like the script is not there. But I can see the script is out there, and there's an object to be hovered over even. I'm assuming it works with 2D objects, right? Not just like 3. No, I specifically need a not empty object. Okay, cube. Which has a box collider. Now we do the script that is the mouse pickup. This is basic fucking stuff. Why are you doing this to me? What collider do you have it on? Do you have on it? Oh, that's apparently a very tiny cube. But no, okay, that's not doing it either. It's just not doing any kind of... but the one I wanted to try to get working was here. It has the mouse pickup script, and then it has the circle collider, which also has the rigid body 2D, which matters for collisions, but I don't think matters for picking up the thing. And then the mouse pickup script has literally just on a mouse over, it should say something, or if I use the new input system and do a pointer enter, it should do a mouse over. And yet it just doesn't want to respond to anything. Okay, I might might just do the plant. And then we have a physics raycaster on the camera. It's the same problem! I did the same problem again. I literally just fixed this, and then I ran into the same problem again. What a goof. Gosh dang it. This is a basic Unity project. They don't give you the raycaster? What if I do a basic camera? Does it give you the thing? I thought they had one for cameras, right? Or no? Event? Miscellaneous? Where was this thing? Rendering? There's a camera. Okay, if I put a basic camera into here... No, that's nothing to add. Okay, wait. So if I just do a basic camera... camera. Basic camera. Okay, does not have a raycaster. Why? Okay. Yeah, okay. I just thought I like... okay. Add a component. That component being a physics. Oh, 2D raycaster. Actually, that's probably a better idea to be doing the 2D one. Okay, then that 3D one can go away. So now it's gonna have two different versions of it. Right? No, what do you mean? Pick up the thing. Main camera. You now have a physics raycaster. Okay, I lied. We're gonna give you a physics raycaster. I thought a 2D one would be more important for 2D stuff. But... do I need the canvas? So that I have a thing? UI canvas image. And then we say, lol, nope, I lied. I don't actually need anything in the canvas. But it gives me an event system to actually pick up the things. There we go. Okay. So that's the other system. So that's the on pointer enter and on pointer exit. Okay, both of y'all can go over there. So I figured that out. So I can use that at least. But on mouse over doesn't do anything? Because then when I looked up Unity to say, hey, on mouse over, it was just like, yeah, that's fine. Use whatever. Called every frame while the mouse is over the collider. It's just a basic public class that has mono behavior on mouse over. And then a debug that says it's just over the object. So then if I look at this, is it because it's part of another object? I don't feel like that should be the issue either. I mean, that could be it. Because I had attached the script to the, I doubt that it's a parent object problem. Mouse pickup. So I have a circle. It's just a basic flippin' circle. It's not this, is it? Oh, no, it's because of the... Okay, because I need to get rid of the other thing. Okay, on pointer enter is working. I don't need to get that working. I need the on mouse over to work. Because it should be basic stuff, and this is a basic project. Okay, at this point, let's just... I need to go fast. So we'll just run with this, I guess. Okay, so the on pointer enter will just be... And then on pointer exit. On mouse over is for 3D objects? Well, because I was doing that with the... I did do that for a 3D object, too. And it didn't seem to want to do it. Because that's also what I thought. Was like, okay, maybe mouse over is just specifically about 3D objects. But when I did that here, I'm like, okay, this is a 3D object with a thing. That... Okay, maybe we make you a lot bigger. There, okay, so now we take this 3D cube, which if I switch it to 3D... Yes, okay, that is in fact a 3D cube, just to make sure. And then we say, let's just scooch you out of the way of this other object. And then we mouse over. Okay, so that is working or is not working, yes or no? Didn't I literally just did this. I was like, no, we're getting rid of that. There we go. Okay, so that was the... Okay, no, this is pointer enter. Maybe that will help me get a little less confused. I think I was just uncommenting it, but yeah, no, it just doesn't seem to want to do it. It's like it has a... okay, well, here. There, be happy. Don't worry, be happy now. On mouse over is not an update, is it? Yeah, it's like on mouse enter now. Well, and that's what I was looking at here. I'm just looking at this. And I've used this before and had no problems with it. I don't know why it's being wonky this time. As in not responding. But I'm like, this is a basic thing here. Using Unity engine. It has mono behavior. It doesn't need to be in an update or anything. And I'm just saying on mouse over, which is the same thing that they have here. It's just on mouse over, and then a debug log that says, hey, it's you moused over the object. So I don't know why it's being stupid. Because it doesn't appear to be doing it with 2D or 3D. I don't know if the camera's too far away or like that doesn't... Yeah, I was gonna say, this is just like a... I have a version working. I'm just gonna work with that. If I can go back and get the other version, like the actual one that I want working. Because this feels a little awkward. Okay, because then I also need an on pointer exit. I think you use the same thing, right? We're gonna just guess that it does, and then regret it later when it doesn't. Okay, so bool hovered. Not okay. We do this. Bool hovered, and then that's here. Hovered. It's true. Otherwise, it's false. And then here, if it's hovered. Well, now you give it to me. If hovered, then if you click on it, it will say that it was clicked. Okay, mouse over is gonna be stupid. Which, it's right there. The whole thing that I wanted to do is right there, and yet here I am doing this other version because it just doesn't want to do the thing. Okay, so now... but you do have a cool thing to share. Feel free. Either drop a link in the chat or... I guess my Discord, you could drop a link on my Discord or something too. What do you mean? Oh, I am mixing the input things, aren't I? Okay, what's the actual like click on here? Oh, I'm using like a... Oh, no, not what I meant. I'm sorry, I lied. The game manager on hover is just doing a thing, but the actual, when I click on something here... Okay, wait. Detect interaction is... Okay, well then I guess it's this. Yeah, okay, I knew I added one too many squigglies. Oh, and then what is mouse again? Mouse. Mouse.current. Man, it is warm. It has been quite warm. Okay, so now, are you gonna be less stupid? I thought adding the physics for the guy there is, you can't do mouse enter on invisible things. You figured out how to do a mouse enter on an invisible thing? Interesting. That one's a little less... That was not as easy to understand without a little more context. What do you fucking mean, you dumb? I just, it's not... Ugh, okay, now it's mouse.current. Okay, this mouse dot current dot mouse position. That position? There. Well, okay, what did I do with the other project here? Why are you so stupid? Okay, mouse left button pressed. And then the mouse position dot read value. I mean, it's probably good that I'm using the new input system. Despite the fact that it's probably, or especially because it's probably not the new input system anymore, so. You can put it on any object with no mesh renderer or image. And in another script the object holds, you can now call on pointer enter. That way I turn the raycast on most objects. But you can put it on an object with no mesh renderer or image. As in, like, it still has a collider. It doesn't, like... Because I was like, I think you could do that with stuff that has a collider and just doesn't have, like, an image, though, right? And another script that the object holds, you can now call on pointer enter. That way I turn the raycast to most objects and avoid headaches. Okay, now... There we go. I kind of figured that was not going to go anywhere and that was not going to work out well for me. But... Wow, that's almost horrifying. The way the physics worked out there. It looks like the character just grabbed at where the head was because, oh no, the head is gone. I was gonna say, because it's usually flopping that away. Okay, so now, as I thought, it's not where that needs to be. Okay, so then it's, well, what's the Unity mouse position to? Oh, it's. Yeah, there we go. I was like, I've done this plenty of times, and I always forget what the exact. That's. There's a single line of code that Unity should spit out at me. Or like just transform the mouse position to world position. Vector 3 dot like. There we go. Camera dot main dot screen to world position. Okay, camera dot main dot screen to world point. World point or world? No, wait. You just screen to world point. Okay, no, that is what I want, presumably, right? And then ideally I want the whole person's like body to, or the rest of the person to come along with the head, but I can just get the head dragging around. Fuck you. Why? That's not the positioning. I've done it before in this flippin' game. And then I had to change it because I changed the camera angle, but... Put dot mouse position, camera dot main dot near clip plane. Do I need to do the camera dot main dot near clip plane and then put that position in? What was the thing? Camera.main. Oh, position.z is the near clip plane. Does that matter? Where is it going when I click this? I thought this would be easier to Google too. It's like it's screen to world point. That's what I just did. Input.mouse position. Camera.screen point to ray. Trying to move an object to the mouse position. So yeah, this is like the raycast thing. Yeah, but I thought it was something as simple as this. The screen position is the mouse position. And then you put the screen position into camera.main to world point, and then it gives you the world position. Which is what I thought I was doing. The transform position of the object that I was trying to pick up is the screen to world point of the mouse's current position. Okay, let's just do an object that's not related to any of this and see if it's related to the fact that I have... Okay, let's do a triangle just to make it... Fucker off. Okay, there. Make you a lot bigger, please. Do you need a collider, or can I get away with not having a collider? Why is this being such a pain? Okay, it probably does need a collider. So now? No. So I guess it does need a collider of some kind. Physics 2D. A box collider, I guess. Sure. Okay, where are you now? You're at negative 10Z, which is, I guess, right in the middle of the camera. Okay, yeah, so you're just not in the camera anymore. So it is just changing the Z. Ads just happened, didn't they? It just ran ads, didn't it? And now I'm like, I need to use the restroom. Dang it. Okay. Or I could just take a victory piss as in... okay, I could do what that other person was doing, or I could just remove the Z here. We'll just remove the Z here, I guess. I want it to continue to be 0 though, right? What can I do? Like a dot X and then a dot Y? Maybe I do it here then, so that you're not messing with the Z. You'd need a vector 3. Okay. Well then I'm adding the same. I'm just putting it in a different spot. That's all I'm doing. I'm just moving it to here. Okay, is that better? Are you happier? Are you gonna keep the object on screen, please? I'm gonna keep the triangle because that was a good test. What? Excuse me, the triangle. When I click it, why'd you go to negative 10? I didn't put that in as a thing. And then like the head does the same thing. It goes to -10 on the Z. Because it goes to the near clip plane or whatever. But that's, I'm not putting that in. Okay, I lied. So I guess we're going to remove it after the fact then, if you're going to be stupid. Why am I having so many issues with what I think should be a pretty basic thing that I've done before? Ay, ay, ay. It's because I'm getting old and I'm forgetting things. Aren't you supposed to get wiser with age, not dumber and more forgetful? I feel like I peaked, and I'm like, I'm only a little over 30. That doesn't feel like a great spot to peak at. Either that or I peaked in, like, 2nd grade, when I did, like, a flawless piano concert, and was, like, the kind of kid that would ask for extra credit and go do extra credit. And then middle school hit me hard, and I became this, like, really quiet kid. Okay, there... Stop! What do you... So, okay, so if I move it too fast, then it stops following. Okay, so now if I do that, I can rip your head off. Ah, great. And then because of the pointer enter versus the on mouse over thing, now if I move it off of the object that says it exited, and then I don't have the ability to click it again. Okay, that's if hovered. Okay, so it's actually not here that I want it to be false. No, I do want it to be false if the... Okay, so then we do another one for, like, following. So that if you're hovering it and you press the mouse button down... So it's like not, it's not is pressed. Left button dot. Master current dot left button dot is pressed this frame or something, right? Not just is pressed, but is. Was press this frame? There we go. Was press this frame. Then it'll say following. There. Okay. And now, if it's following, then it does all this stuff. Actually, I lied. Okay, and then it doesn't matter if it's hovered or not. I guess it should still be... Well, no, I guess the enter wouldn't have happened. Okay, it was release this frame, then you can say following is false. And then not this. Well, I guess and following. Not that matters all that much. But, so if it's following, and you release the button, then it stops following. Is that gonna solve the problem? The fact that it just wasn't doing the flippin' thing? The on mouse over, just the basic on mouse over. Oh, you just gave 100. Well, okay. I guess the way that's worded, it's not that you gave Pagorli $100. It's that Pagorli has now received $100. Okay, so I did. I fixed the problem there. So now you can rip the guy's head off. And I think I need to unhinge it or something. Okay, but I got that working. I'm gonna go take a victory piss, despite the fact that I think ads just ran not too long ago, but I would like a victory piss. So I'm gonna run ads and do a victory piss. I didn't put it on break, did I? I just walked off. Whoops. I did not need the snack either. Okay, I'm gonna go put the snack back, and then I'll come back. Okay. And again, you got the roller coaster all over the screen. It can be on some of the screen, not all of the screen. It's only 2:30. I've only been going for like 3 hours, and I'm like, alright, I'm kind of ready for. Okay, I'm also realizing I need to do a second plant here too. It's like, wait, the theme was plant Z. Funny how that S, I guess, causing more problems for me. Because I keep having ideas that are not related to multiple plants, just the one. Okay, so how do I want to have it disable the hinge? No. That's I don't want you to rip the person apart. That's not the point. The point is to have the body follow the head, so that you have the whole person. Oh, the back. Did you have? You didn't have the pickup. Let's do you. Mouse pickup. Oh, it's because I killed the music too, didn't I? I didn't need to kill the music. I don't know why it. I'm out of it. For some reason, I am. And now I'm like, oh, the reason's probably because I'm getting sick again. Again? Off of the same cold? Okay, then we can rip your spine out, and we can rip your head off. But the hinge joints say that that's not what's happening there. So, is that a hinge joint thing? How do I get these to follow each other? It seemed to be doing it, but then when I do the transform position modification, so maybe it's not transform position, it is something else that I need to be doing. Like a move towards or something? Instead of just doing a straight up, like, here's the position. So if I do a move towards, is that gonna matter? I want you to move towards this. No, I lied. I want you to... Okay, so this is the target position. Okay, so move towards the target. No, wait. I need to translate the target to... There. I need to strip this X off of it. There we go. So now we say the target position here at whatever move speed. Let's see if that... I don't know. Its current position, then the target position. And then the move speed. Up like 1, I guess. No, you know what? We're just testing it for now. Let's see if this keeps the joints together. So I can actually pick up the whole thing. Because it was talking about infinite, like, joint movement and stuff. I just thought these... Because it's like it's staying together here. It's just when I move it that it decides... Okay, so now we up the speed. So now I do want that variable there. But I guess if I make the plant, then it should be easy to make another one. So, jumping in the gardening game, yes or no? I'll let you decide because I really don't care. Depends on what you're doing in the game. Like, if it makes sense to add it, then add it. But I think if it doesn't make sense to add it, then don't add it. Like, if it's just a run around watering plants or something, I don't think you need to add a jump, but if you're wanting to do a little more interesting movement. And I know Unreal allows you to turn things. Yeah, I was gonna say, it's already there, it's just a case of removing it. I mean, if you're not using it, I would disable it. I think you want to make it as... like, yeah, you don't want to be adding stuff that you're not using. I think you want to make it as neat and trim and tidy as you can. As I add physics to objects instead of tossing people into plants, but... Oops. Do as I say, not as I do. Then a jump for gardening. Well, no, I guess it's just, I think the core fun of defend your castle is the picking up and throwing people, which I think is going to be heightened by the rigid body additions. That's really what it is. And then... okay, so then the issue was... you don't appear to be... okay, so speed. Or moves... what? Move speed. And then move speed. But ideally in like 3 hours, if I can get the picking up and moving a character around via the mouse, that'll be huge. And then if I can get just some kind of circle as the goal for the plant that you toss people into, that would also be huge. Yeah, I really did not need to add all this physics nonsense, but like I said, I think the fun of the game is... oh, I didn't add a flippin' thing. I didn't increase the... yeah, there is a bunch of stuff that I changed. Okay. The prefab for the person. I want the speed for the head. Oh, it is going to be the move speed for all of them. Okay, so I'm going to just add a 10 then. If 1 was not enough and 2 was too few, then it's going to be over 3 for 3 Doug. Yeah, Fallout is one of those ones that I played Fallout 3 and liked it. I played Fallout New Vegas halfway and then didn't finish it and then just never touched any of the other Fallout games. Like, it's just kind of surprising to me how hard I fell off of that franchise. Okay, what do you mean the move speed is 0? Aren't you supposed to be going off of, like, here? Okay, so then 10. So is it doing? The object's being clicked. Okay, so now the move speed is like, a lot. Why did transform position work just fine, but then doing this? Am I doing the move towards wrong? Yes, because you have to actually add the vector. Then here you say transform. Yeah, I do this every time with move towards. Transform dot position. I just forget to actually apply it to the position. Okay, these debug logs can go away now at this point, I think. Okay, so then if I can get it so you stay together while you're chasing the mouse, that would be fantastic. Then, like I said, I get some kind of goal. I start spawning the people. Or 2 goals, because it's plants with an S. It's multiple plants. Okay, so you again 0. Because fuck me, I guess. So now 10. There we go. That's still, it's not, you didn't solve anything. I want the rest of this to stay together. Okay, now you're attached to the back, but the back is not attached to the head. So if I move the head... Do I need to add another hinge joint the other way? Is that gonna matter? You can only add the one hinge joint though, right? Or can you have a whole bunch of hinge joints? So physics hinge joint? Wait, what? Don't I have a rigid body 2D on the rest of these things? I do. What? Okay, well then remove the rigid body 2D. God damn it. So then remove the rigid body 2D. And then add a hinge joint. I guess that's the question too, is can I add multiple hinge joints? What do you mean? I have box colliders, hinge joints, and every other... And rigid body here too. Why is this one having issues? That's the head, the back. Can I have the physics back on the back or no? I had a rigid body on the... Okay, now what did I goof up? I want the things to follow each other, you goof. The head is attached to the back, so that when I move the back, it should also be... Yeah, now that because the back is... doesn't have a rigid body. Now you let me do a hinge joint? What? Okay, now that these two things are attached, you're still gonna rip the arms and legs off though, right? How do you get these things to stay together? What do you fluffing mean? I changed one thing, and I changed it back. At least I tried to change it back. I wanted to change it back. Would you stop putting it in a random place? I know you're gonna do that no matter what anyway, but... because that's just Unity. It says when you drag something new onto the screen, Okay, you no longer have a back, apparently. And then I thought I fixed it. Back. Box collider. Rigid body. And a hinge joint with the head. Okay, but then are you gonna fall down again or no? And that I completely screwed up the back. No. Because those things are hinged together? And now I can't pick anything up and move it at all? No, because the flippin'... You're gonna make me go through each and every single one of these and add a number to it? Would you stop? I told you to default to 10. Why is it not... It should be defaulting to this number, right? And yet you seem to be defaulting to 0. So 10. And then 10. I mean, these are the ones I want you to be able to... Well, I don't know. If you could pick up the different other physics parts, that'd be great. And then if they could all be attached, that'd be great. But I don't know if that's possible. Why did the back get so fucked? Because of the hinge joint? Okay, so remove the hinge joint. Go back to just having this rigid body 2D, which should be a pretty basic rigid body 2D, unless it's got some kind of dumb constraints because of some other nonsense that you didn't tell me about. This is why I didn't need to make a little physics guy. And I just needed to make a little stick figure to then toss into a hole. That's literally all it is. And then I went and added a bunch of physics, and now you decide, no, it's fucked. It's fucked completely, bruh. Can you please stay attached? Unless the arm got fucked up? Who's... Is somebody missing there? Okay, you have a box collider, you have a rigid body 2D, you have a hinge joint. And... Why does the arm look like it's having issues now, too? And I thought I hit Control Z a couple times on whatever fucked up thing I did to the back, but... I'm not happy, Bob. Not happy. Why are you unhappy? Because it seems to be just doing dumb nonsense that I'm not really prepared for. I don't know why it's doing this to me. It looks like somebody's stuck now. Why? Who's stuck? There is no... I just got rid of the hinge joint again, right? Why does it look like the back is stuck and then the back is attached to everything else, which is causing problems? How did this happen? Why are you being so stupid? It's a basic flippin' rigid body 2D. Okay, so now if I remove it, is it back to... You just hang out there, right? Why does the arm not flop? Why is the leg... Is it because the angle? Because of the motors? There's no motors, so it's not trying to motor anywhere, but the angles are all off, I guess? Okay, that's the angle that you can mess with, right? So, something like that, then? Oops. Something like that, then? I don't think this is going to solve any problems. I think it's just going to cause more problems than it solves. But... Because it looked like the arm was just not swinging, of which all of these look like they're just completely free joints. How do I... Okay, there we go. This is dumb and bad, and I don't think the idea that I want. Something like that, I guess. I don't know. I am so distracted by the little physics guy. That is the opposite of what I should be working on. I need to get the plant part of the game, not the little physics guy working. Oops. Mistakes were made. I'll learn from them eventually, I guess. Kind of, sort of, maybe. No, I won't. I've done this 50 fucking times over. I have not learned my lessons. Okay, did that do anything? No, the back is still not gonna let you fall down like you were earlier. You've just decided to stop doing the thing. I regret everything. That is so much worse. Okay. Person, can you... Also, did that apply? No, because I didn't. Okay, well, let me delete all of the things that I just did. Except you're not gonna fix the fucking back on the fucking thing, you fucking dumb fucking piece of fucking goddamn... Okay, we need to stop and go eat some food or something. I need to go walk around. I need to take a chill pill. I think I'm also a little... Did I just remove it? I wanted to move it up. I want to add a rigid body 2D, and then I want to move up. I did. I removed it. And then I want you to work like you were earlier. You were fine earlier, and you've decided that I accidentally removed a thing because I wanted to add some kind of hinge joint, that you've decided to just be stupid and go... Durr. Okay, you don't even exist anymore. Okay, there. Now I can... No! And then it doesn't default. It seems to sort of default to a position. Yeah, okay, we can blame that on the ground, but I don't think so. You were such a beautifully floppy little guy, and now you're just not. And I don't know what I did to you to cause this. I just deleted a thing and then put it back. Why is that causing these issues? Okay, I just guessed on the angle for the head, and I clearly guessed wrong, and yet... Okay, so... That's what the angle for the head should actually be. Okay, But why is the arm not, or the back, why is the back not doing anything? It has a collider 2D, it has a rigid body 2D that has its basic flippin' physics stuff, just like all the other ones have their basic flippin' physics stuff, of which you're supposed to fall down like you were earlier. I accidentally removed a thing, and then I added it again. I don't know. Why are you worse than ever? Why does it look like the one side is fine, and then the other side is not? Like... I want you to just fall down again. That's it. Why do the arms and legs look so stiff? You were so beautifully floppy earlier, and now you just don't do anything, despite the fact that, yeah, these have full range of motion hinge joints that don't have any constraints. Okay, I guess I did say use limits, but the limits are whatever they want to be. And then you're supposed to just fall down. I don't understand how this got broken so bad to where this doesn't fall down anymore like it used to. And it's not related to... And it's not the mouse pickup script, because it's not... It was working perfectly fine. I tried to add a hinge joint, and then it broke everything. I don't understand. These two parts here look fine. This leg is stiff. This leg is stiff. I don't understand. Because they're all using the same thing. It's like, how in the world would the two arms... Like, the two ends look completely fine based on using the same thing. And yet here, it's like because the back is stupid. I didn't remove the back and then re-add it or something, right? I just removed the physics off of the back, right? I might have removed the back, because that's not added. Oh. Did the back get removed entirely? Which would explain why all of these upper things are not working. Oh, I removed the rigid body 2D off of the back, which then caused everybody else to say, oh, whoops, there's no back to attach to. Just because the hinge joint was being stupid. Okay. Okay, I lied. So the head was the head was fine. Okay. It's because I removed the rigid body 2D off of the back and then so I lied. You go back to whatever you were. Which was like 10 and -10, which is 350. Nope, other way around. So -10 and 10. If it allows me to do negatives. Okay, so is the head gonna be working again? Okay, so I fixed the back because it was just everything got disconnected. That's what the issue was. Okay, there we go. There's my floppy guy again. But now the question is when I pick this up, it just doesn't do anything. I want you, and that's using the new version of this where I try to get it to follow. So why does this not drag the rest of the body with it? Or does it? Is that what it's trying to do? Okay, do I need to parent the rest of these to that object? So if I parent the rest of these to the... God, fuck you. You stupid piece of... Okay, this, there, you... Oh, so does that mean... Wait a second. Do I need to parent the lower to the upper? That would make sense. Okay, so we parent the lower to the upper. Then we parent the body to the back. And the problem is if I parent the head to the back as well, what does that do when I try to drag the head around? Or what does it try to do when I... And then I forgot to add the person back into the scene. And then I forgot to drag you back up to there. What have you done? Why have you done this? Okay, so parenting the stuff together helped. Kind of. So, as I suspected, there needs to be some constraints added to this stuff. Okay, so parenting fixed some stuff here. But the constraints on the rigid body 2D being... That looked like it was rotating along the... I do want everybody to rotate is the issue. But it looked like everybody was rotating funky. Yeah, it's like, why does the head immediately skew like that? You looked correct. but then it didn't move correctly. But now you're moving correctly as when I pick up the back and it picks up the whole thing. But visually, you're like so busted. So are these rotated all funky? No, how in the world are they like skewed so oddly? Yeah, everything looks like skewed to all hell. I do need it to parent like that though. And the other problem being, if it's like I want you to be able to be picked up by the head, but it doesn't move the head inside of the back for some reason. You're kind of there. Yeah, they're like bent and skewed all weird now. So, how about I unparent everybody? Except put everything under the back still? No, because the head is still skewed too. Nah, I want it upper and lower. It's just a matter of... Okay, there we go. So putting it under an empty object was okay? Yeah, because there's the problem. So if I put everything under the back, it's still gonna... So hopefully the arm... hopefully the extremities, the ends of the arms and legs will be better. Ooh. Aha! Definitely better. Okay. Except... Okay, no, technically, it was working fine earlier. It was working better earlier because it looked like I wanted it to look. It just wasn't moving how I wanted it to move. Are you really not gonna let me... What? You were doing that earlier. And now that I want to do that again, you're like, nah. That's not the way to remove it from the thing. Okay, but this looks correct, and it's if I... Yeah, so that looks correct physics-wise. And then if I pick up the back, though... Why does that not... Because I'm just having it move towards an object or something. Do I need to have it, like... Rigid body? Is that what I need to be doing, actually? So that it's... So pass in the rigid body? So 2D, I'm using 2D stuff. So rigid body 2D. Okay. I know it overrides whatever rigid body 2D is already there. I mean, I could probably just type in rigid body 2D, but I'm gonna... Okay, if you're gonna complain about it every single time I do this, maybe I actually try to do what it says. So just rigid body 2D. See, but then there's not a rigid body 2D that pops up when I flipping... What do you flipping mean? They're like, oh, there's something there already. But then I go to actually use that, and then you don't show it to me. Does it exist or not? So if I type in rigid body 2D, maybe it's why they do RB or something. Okay, this is the 2D version. So RB 2D. How about that? How about them apples? Okay, so now RB 2D. And then we do move towards? I don't remember what it is. I guess add force. Probably at a speed or something, but so instead of that, let's just add force and see if that gets the rest of the stuff to come along with. Okay, hit play. Little guy works just fine. I pick up the back. There's no rigid body. I didn't add any speed to it. Yeah, we're just gonna worry about the back. We're not gonna worry about the head. Although the head is a lot easier to pick up than the back is, so... So maybe it is parenting everything to the head instead. Okay, well, I should still be able to click the back just fine. Yeah, I do want the head to be kind of the click target though, because it is nice and big and clickable. Okay, so click the back. Click the head. It doesn't explode. Oh, wait. Wait. Yes, dance for me. Dance for me. Aha. I might need to give you a bit more speed. So add a force that is... Is there like a speed I can add? No. I can multiply the target times the speed though. God balls, I didn't do that, you dumb. Did I have a move speed? I do have a move speed. The move speed is for... Oh, this. Okay, so... Yeah, I do need to do the rigid body add force stuff, which this makes a lot of sense that... It would be all physics based and not transform position stuff. Oh, is it another... I'm gonna sit for a little bit. Why did you squirt off in the wrong direction? Okay, maybe not multiplying it by speed. That's looking pretty close, though. Except for the fact that you're not moving in the right direction. That's looking pretty dang close, though. Why did you decide that if I multiply it, you want to go that way? I thought it was just going to be like adding a scale to it. This is on update. This is on update. Maybe. Wait a second. Maybe I'm doing stupid stuff. No, it's resetting the target to be whatever this is. Isn't there... Okay, wait. Again, am I forgetting the actual... Add force at position? You said there was only the one overload that was like at a... Like that didn't really do much. Yeah, the force mode. Okay, do you have an example of add force? Because I'm clearly not understanding it again. Add force, the direction being that, multiplied by the thrust. Okay, so the... Actually, wait. Maybe you bring back that other thing that I had? That's not what I want, is it? Because that will move me towards a thing, and then if I add a force that moves me toward a thing, that like that, this seems not it. I was like, it might not be times equals, except the fact that it should be resetting the target every time, though. So to me, that seems like it would be times equals would be fine. Okay, you fall down. This is gonna not work at all. Why do you keep wanting to go that way? Okay, but when I did this and I didn't add the move speed, it was fine. So now if I do this, where I don't add the move speed, although this was resetting it anyway, so that wouldn't have mattered. No, it would have changed the target, actually. Okay, so now we do this. This is going to be confusing AF. I don't think this is the right answer, but... Okay, you fall down. And then we try to grab you and move you towards the mouse. You only go that direction. Why only the one direction? Except it seemed to be doing it fine when I did the add force to the target with that. Yeah. This seemed to work okay. I just wanted to multiply the force. And I thought just adding a multiple on there would help, and then it didn't seem to do that. Because I got it to move towards the right of the screen when I did this, right? I'm spending way too long on this. This is not necessary for what the game... Well, this is kind of the fun of the game, though, is picking up the little guy There, see, yeah, you're moving toward... I don't know why the arms and legs aren't flopping around nicely. But still, I can pick you up and get you to move kind of towards the mouse. Yeah, you move up and you move right. And I just wanted to add a little more force to that. Why does that work? So why are the legs not nearly as floppy as I would like? The ends of the limbs seem perfect, and yet the... Is it because I added all this stuff here? Did I need to do this? Oh, yeah, fuck you, whatever. Okay, so if I get rid of any hierarchy, does that help? Okay, so this arm right, arm left. We're not going to delete them just yet. But if I get rid of any hierarchy, does this help it swing freely? I thought the extremities would have been the thing that would have had a problem if it was not. No, you're still like weirdly stiff. It's that side though, which to me says when I... Okay, so you can be on... I can go back to having a hierarchy. There we go. I did it undo all of them at the same time. Okay, but the constraints for you don't have any. Constraints for you don't have any. And then the constraints for you don't have any. Okay, but that's pointed down, that's pointed down. That's pointed up. So if I take these constraints and move them like that, does that make a difference? So what does that look like? Yeah, negative 180. And then 180. Is that gonna make a difference? I don't feel like it should, because it's a full 180, but doing data-driven design for my project again, which is great for scalability and bad for being fast. Wish me luck. I was gonna say, and I am doing bad with the everything. Ooh, that might be better. So let me... It might just be this whatever leg here. This leg here is the one that's having issues. So if we switch you to be 180, because the leg here is like that, I don't think that should matter. I really don't. I don't know why that would matter at all. So negative 180. 180. Wait, what? No, that's the same thing. Okay. 80 and negative 180? Huh? Why does that look like the same thing? Yeah, okay, no, that is what I want. It just didn't look like... This debug makes it look like it's not... that. I am. I'm sneezing more, too. I can't have gotten sick off the same cold. I will be so miffed if that's the case. And confused as to, like, I didn't know that that was possible, that you could do that. What? Stop with the one leg. Yeah, because the arm seems nice and floppy. It's just this one leg seems a little awkward. So are you the actual culprit? I'm not using the motor. Okay, I'm using limits. I didn't actually want to use limits on any of y'all. Right? I want you to be floppy. I want you to be very floppy. I was going to try to get you to stand up earlier. But now I'm like, I want you to be very floppy. Currently also sneezing a lot, but because it's pollen time. Well, now you got me curious if that's the case. Is I'm just having allergies or something. Which I'm not. It just turned off all the limits. Why is the one leg? The one leg right here. Yeah, you. Why are you being such a pain? Because I switched the angle limits? I said don't use limits, so that shouldn't matter. That's not even being used. So that really should not matter at all. I want you to go back to maximum floppy. I don't know if I want to do like an animation for them walking around or something, but we'll see. So yeah, you look pretty dang floppy, and then I can pick you up, and... Why is the leg being flippin' weird, bruh? Like, the arms seem to be okay. Also, I would love to change the speed at which you flop around. But then when I tried to speed it up, it was just like, nah. Can you not just add more force? Just like... What does this mean? That's the force in the position. Yeah, and it's like I could set the velocity of an object. Maybe that's the solution here. Is it getting a point velocity, linear velocity? Move it towards the thing, or the move speed? Maybe. So there's the one leg that's being stupid, and then there's the one... Oh. I thought the coaster was looking pretty good, and then, as always, kind of extended all over the screen again. And then you just jet off into the middle of nowhere. If I do that, the move speed is right. The move towards should be whatever position of the current object. And then the target which is the same target as Ben, which works fine for add force, and yet for some reason, the target does not work here. I don't know why I'm getting the direction of that so messed up. Yeah, it just feels like it's only been 3 hours out of 72. It's like, well, 24 hours just to sleep. Yeah, I really need you to have a lot more force. Because then I could really test the, like, pick it up and drop it in a thing. But then when I added some kind of force to this, when I multiplied it by some kind of... oh, this is a number that is not 0, right? Or are you going to be stupid and say that this is 0 because the prefab reset or something? I don't know. So the back, 10. The head, 10. So it is 10. So then when I do this, you're going to jet off to the left of the screen again because I don't understand how vectors work. And I really should not be trying to make games. Oh, no. Is this dependent on which way the object is facing? It shouldn't be. But that did seem to move a little different. Did you get you to... Is it because the back is also getting clicked? Okay, so if I remove it from the back and make sure that it's just the head, and then I'm not like double clicking things. Although I did want them to be able to be picked up by the back too. Okay, yeah, but that seems to be moving faster for sure. Now you're supposed to be moving towards the flippin' mouse, you dumb. Which I'm so confused as to why it does it when it's slow. You're doing it kinda. So it's confusing me. Okay, I might just put you in a little box so I can actually test this. Yeah, okay, because sometimes you squirt off to the side, sometimes... okay, I don't... That's gonna be so small. So I lied. Do 100. No, you're supposed to be reset to the middle again. There we go. Now we can do this. And then drag the ground up to then do the classic. Like that. And then, but right. We'll say wall. Hmm? Did I do the wrong things? Actually no, so I want it. Okay, yeah, not you. You, there we go. And then there, because it's 2D and I'm dumb. Okay, and then I don't know exactly where the edge of the screen is, and it's not what we're doing anyway. Okay, left wall. And the negatory there. Okay, so now I have some kind of box for you. I forgot to update this. Does it work with the roller coaster on the top of the screen at all? I don't think so. Yeah, okay, because I have it cut off. You know, just the way I have it cut off does not work out for that. Okay. Oh, and then you proceed to extend. I mess with the coaster, and then you say, yep, that's the time. Okay, so you are or are not going towards the mouse. Wow, there is some fun in the physics there. Why are you slamming your head? You seem to kind of be going towards the mouse. Kind of. How did you... You seriously got your leg stuck in the wall like that? Okay, well, good to know. I need to thicken up the walls. Yep. Is it where I'm clicking? Well, okay, now you don't seem to be doing it. Sometimes you seem to be doing it. Sometimes you don't. Yeah, is it because you're upside down now? Is it based on the orientation of the object? I don't feel like it should be. Is literally just the mouse's current position, and so the target add force should not care about it's just so inconsistent. I want you to be consistent. I say using a physics system. Yeah, okay, physics systems are always inconsistent and walkety. Why are you starting off with that, like, run off to the right thing? What is it with this fly into the corner? But then if I do it enough times, then eventually you just yeah, eventually you look like you're starting to go towards the mouse. Kind of? That's up, that's down, that's left, that's right. It's like, that looks right. Except this is not how it starts. It does that when you click it initially. It's heckin' close. I don't. It's like eventually I don't understand. Like it seems to be working. Are you sure you're using the mouse position relative to the figure and not the center of the screen? No, I'm not. That's... I think that's exactly what's happening. Which the move towards should have... Okay, really all I'm trying to say with the target, like... So it should be adding force to move towards the target. Which the target should be this. When I look at the code, that doesn't make sense. When you ask the question, it does make sense. I don't know. So you're moving towards the left of the screen because it's on the left? And then, yeah, you're moving towards the... But why do you... Oh, and then you eventually free yourself because I move it to the right side of the screen. Yeah, okay, so if I... That's the right, that's the left. Okay, so how do I translate that then? Let's add force. I don't need you. That was the get mouse button down stuff that was just kind of wonky and not working and stuff. Code is currently moving in the direction of where the mouse is in world space. So the mouse is in -1, -1. It will always accelerate towards that, not there. You have to use the difference of that mouse position in world space to your figure. Which is one of those things I've done before, so. Okay, so then the target is actually the... Transform that position minus the target. Something like that. That doesn't seem entirely right, but... I'm also getting a little too kaput after... It's either right or it's the wrong way around. Yeah, okay, so you are running away from the mouse as much as possible. Meaning... Look at I do target minus. Transform position. Or I could just do minus equals. Will that do it? Yeah, okay, this is one of those things that feels very obvious in hindsight. Okay, clearly I need to just cut it off, go for a walk, go eat some food, come back, and then bitch and moan about the fact that I'm still stupid. Okay, or... Yeah, it does remind me of that interview that was like, yeah, this coding test shouldn't take too long, and then I just proceeded to take longer and longer and longer, and it was like, okay, clearly I don't need to finish this. I don't know why you want me to finish this. Okay, there we go. So now if I just hang out here... Yep, I just have the dome. The legs still look a little off. The arms still look a little off. So now if I do head with like a ridiculous move speed, are you gonna move towards... So basically, are you gonna snap to the mouse? Because that's kind of what I want. Yeah, this is one of those ones that, like, that seems pretty obvious in retrospect, and... Yes, there we go. Yay! So the, Yeah, a little too easy to do that, though. But now you definitely can just pick up a guy. And, whoops. Okay, so now we do... okay, whatever I changed here, get rid of you. And the game manager as a game manager script, which is gonna have the guys. Oh no, game objects. Game object, person, and then here on update, I'm going to do just some number of persons. I could do the coroutine. Unity coroutine, because I can never remember the exact. Okay, start coroutine, and then wait for seconds. Then I can get it to just spawn guys slowly but surely until my computer explodes. Except I've got a big fancy nice computer now, so it'll take a little while. Hopefully. I need the whole example coroutine though, don't I? Okay, and then we'll do a let's see. Spawn time. So yeah, we'll just do this on a loop and spawn guys. So instead of example of this, so spawn person. And then this should be spawn time. And then this is instantiate person. Should be at like 0, 0. Hopefully. Yeah, we'll see. This probably isn't going to spawn them in the right spot, but Hopefully should spawn some persons. And then I hopefully will remember to actually go over here and go over to Game Manager and go over to person and go to prefabs and go to person, drag the person in, leave the spawn time of 5 seconds. Because that sounds like a good spawn time, I guess. I don't know. Did I delete the person? I did. So I lied. For the sake of testing, 1 second between persons spawning, so I can have a nice nasty pile of people. There's a person, 1 second later. One second later. I just started the coroutine, or I didn't start the coroutine? Oh, start coroutine. It doesn't do this again. Herp de derp. There. Although, is this going to be an infinite loop that explodes? I just wanted it to restart every 5 seconds. Not 5, but every X number of seconds. It should dump a new guy. There's a guy, there's a guy, there's a guy, there's a guy, there's a guy. Okay. So it needs to be a little longer than 1 second if I'm going to do that. So how about 3 seconds? I think it would be more like you spawn them off screen and then... Yeah, and then I'm like, do I figure out animations or something? Or what? I don't know. Yeah, and then the stick figures are gonna make this yet another ugly game. But the physics are gonna make it a fun game at any rate. Yeah, it feels a little touchy when you throw them, but... I feel like they need to be weightier or something. They float. They feel kind of floaty. Or they're looking very ant-like with the black limbs and stuff. Oh, and I could do random colors too. Okay, wait, no, I gotta fry out my eyeballs first. No, I can't just do. Okay, so like I said, I make ugly, honest, like, there we go. And then person, you don't have you do have a script that doesn't do anything. So then we do a list of sprites. Sprite 2D. I was immediately going like meshes. No, just because I've been doing a sprite renderer. There we go. Sprite renderer. Sprite renderers. I was gonna say, it just needs to use it. There we go. Okay. And then here, sprite renderers. No, not a new list. Then for each sprite renderer, for each and sprite renderer. Let's just call it sprite. No, I could call it sprite renderer. And sprite renderers, let me say sprite renderer dot color is equal to random dot color. Okay, so now they should all be painfully bright colors. Ooh, and then I could put a person from chat. Aha. I could go very Mekon. Because I think this is a lot of bright color stick figures with ragdolls getting mulched into whatever nonsense. I guess they haven't done a stick figure one in a while. Oh, it's been a lot of marble races recently. Yeah, I was gonna say, I thought there was some of this. Oh, this is just, is it? Oh. Then the marbles just grow legs? Wild, okay. And then they run over a thing? The legs pop off and it's still going. Horrifying.
Evolution. This is the future.
Okay, but yeah, I could go very this if I wanted to.
Evolution.
Wait, Marble's surviving after having its legs cut off, only for it to respawn the stubby legs instead of full ones on the next level? The marbles with legs is a little weird and a little horrifying. It's neat that they got it working though. For a time we had fun marble runs, and now this stuff. I mean, yeah, this does feel very content. Like, this does not feel very,
Evolution. This is the future.
This is fun to watch, though. I haven't watched a ton of these videos, but there was part of me that's like, I could do this, right? I could make a whole bunch of these, like, weird experiments. Like I said, I like these bright, colorful aesthetics, and the, yeah, I was gonna say, because they have nearly 3 million subscribers. It does have a little bit of that, like, Flash game aesthetic, too. Okay, but that was just a visual of, like, okay, this is kind of where I've gotten to. The person script... Oh, I didn't make this public. Or rather, I didn't make this available for me to dump a bunch of sprites into. The only one of this kind of video I watched recently is the Ear Clacks shorts. They put 2 balls with different weapons against each other. Well, what's an Ear Clacks? Oh, shorts of Ear Clacks. So Ear Clacks being whatever this thing is. Oh, okay, weapon balls. Okay, so balls with weapons. I see. Balls should have been the theme. Then I could have done all sorts of nonsense like this. Yeah, okay. Oh, this is specifically your Klex. Yeah, like I said, so stuff like this feels possible to make and to crank out. Oh, I am subscribed. Okay, so I've already seen this. Is the spear just getting longer and longer?
Sword versus spear. Who will win?
Yeah, but a lot of these do feel very, like I said, content-esque. But I guess it worked out for how many dudes? That's basically what they've done, is made a whole roguelike of who will win. 100 toddlers versus 2 dudes. Okay. So it's not gonna explode because I did not... There we go, because the sprite render is being you and 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 you. Oh, you're not gonna let me pass him in like that? That's obnoxious. Okay. Is it gonna do a different color for each part? It shouldn't, should it? I don't remember how I set this up. Okay, so again, very unnecessary. Okay, I do need the plant, or the plants. It's like, wait, the theme was plants, and I've got a bunch of guys. Wait a second, how did this happen? Oh, dang it. That's what I was afraid of. Okay, so yeah, it's doing a random color for every single part. Okay, so no, you're supposed to set it here. The color, selected color is equal to random color, and I think I can actually set it to be a little brighter, right? Yeah, okay, you can do the hue min and max, saturation min and max, value min and max, alpha min and max. So, because ideally I want it to be bright AF. So, hue, saturation being bright, and value. So, really bright saturation, right? Hue max is between 0 and 1. Are you going to tell me the other ones? I guess between 0 and 1. Okay, 0 and 1. The saturation, I think, is the one that I want. Oh, okay, so now it'll tell me the saturation. This is as bright as possible, or no? And then 0 and 1. If I remember how to do HSV. And the answer's probably not. Okay, but I want painfully bright rainbow guys to be fed into a big plant. That's the thing. Seeing how popular some of the marble things are, I feel like I should give making some marble stuff on myself a try. They're a bunch of florists, very planty. I mean, they're really just supposed to be food for the plant. Or plants. I gotta remember that there's it's not, I'm not just doing one big plant that you're feeding. It's gotta be multiple plants that you're feeding because of the fact that that's immediately dark black colors. There we go. I want eye-searingly bright. Okay, so that's not it then. So 1 as well here to make you as bright as possible. Yeah, okay, somehow the theme of plants turned into let's just make one of those marble racing games. There we go. That looks eye-searingly bright. There we go. There we go. There we go. That's painful. There we go. Now we got a pile of very bright guys. And all of them, the head looks slightly off, which is obnoxious. Okay. And then we can also do that. Get rid of the cornflower blue. And then we could do the gray. I know Brainoid is not a fan of that gray. What's the prompt for the jam? Oh, I guess I was gonna put that on here, and I never did. But the prompt for the jam is plants. I don't know how we ended up here, but okay, it's theme. No, I was doing it. You're feeding a bunch of people into a giant plant. So, theme is plants. We gotta keep this on brand, which the brand is evolving a bit. I don't know if I want to do this, but and I was gonna say do the background because it doesn't seem to be. Okay, that's the background color. Oh, opacity. There we go. Okay, now we do that a lot smaller. And tuck you up somewhere. Or maybe down here. There we go. Okay. So now that is on the... Also, hello. I didn't even acknowledge. I just answered the question. It didn't say hello, and also it didn't hit the button. I do want to remember to hit the button. It's because I made it not easy to get at. Okay, there we go. So now I have a bunch of colorful guys that you can drag around that are somehow going to be related to feeding a giant plant. Actually, I could just make the... Okay, I'm just not enamored with the white on this. So let me just make it slightly... Okay, this is not related. This is not here nor there. This is interesting, but this is not. Okay. Yeah, and it was just the word plants, right? Oh, and again, it's not just like big, bright, like the first thing on the website with the theme. I do like it when it just has the theme as like the Q&A doesn't have the theme immediately either. Because this makes it look like you have to watch the video, which I think you do. But I think it does get... Oh, yeah, there. Yeah, so just plants. Theme was there in the blue box? Oh, it does. It says it right there, doesn't it? For some reason, my eyes slide over this box. I don't tend to read this box. I don't know why. To make it more plants instead of plants, you could either add more hungry plants or have the plant that more decorative plants grow around it when it ate something to visualize progress, and it ends with everything being overgrown with plants. Or just something else. Yeah, no. I was just gonna add a second, like, just keep adding plants. But I keep imagining, whatchamacallit. Like Little Shop of Horrors. Where it's like, feed me Seymour. Okay, is there a way to make you guys heavier? I think that might solve a lot of problems if you're just, like, heavier. So... rigid body mass. If I just make you fat, Does that make a difference? Oh, gravity scale. If I change the gravity scale? Okay, let's just try adding to the mass. I don't think this is actually going to visually change anything, so this is not what I want, but just in case it is. Okay, it is 4:15. I got enough working that I'm good to call it for now. I will come back in a bit. I think I want to go for a walk and eat some food. And ooh, actually, I think that helped. Okay, so let's make you heavier. So you and 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 you are becoming even heavier. Yeah, and I've been sitting for a bit too. That's very much an indication of like, there we go. Now you seem a little. Oh, but then if I increase the move speed, then that's where you get the like spinning issue. They still seem to float a lot. I don't know. Maybe it's fine. Wow, this is fun. How is this related to plants at all? Who knows? Okay. Okay, but this is a good stopping point. Do I want to turn it into a little social media thing? I need to remember to get back into that. Let's do a build and see if it explodes. It shouldn't explode because I haven't done anything, but... builds? I have not saved that as a thing. I very much should do that. Actually, did I have a documents and then... and then builds? And then this is down to Jam 2. And then this is the standalone, like, Windows build. And then this is the today. This is why I have way too many files on my computer. Okay, and this isn't even the project that I'm trying to finish for AwesomeCon. Okay, so now when I get back from walking and dinner, I will make a little hole that is the goal. I guess I should think about the plant art. But at any rate, I will make a little circle that you toss the guys into. That, and that'll get bigger and bigger. This is going to feel very mobile game. I guess it'll be a little different if I have multiple plants that you're trying to feed the people to, instead of just one big hole that you're tossing people in. Okay. Whee. then we'll see if social media cares about this at all. So the answer will be no, but yeah, they do feel like they need to be a little more responsive, but when I had it like super fast, it was, I don't know. Oh yeah, I don't have an ability to get out of here. I forgot to add that. Okay, let's do that real quick then. Game manager here. So keep the. Oh no, how do you do? Do I still have that here? It probably should not be here, but it probably still is here. It's probably on update. Is there a keyboard.current? Yep, okay. Yep, there is still that. Yeah, I guess I don't have like a main menu still. It's like, wait, you're gonna show off the game next week and you don't have a main menu? Yep. Okay. Well, that's fixed. Okay, I need to go for a walk and do something else. This has been fun. This has been interesting. This has been not anywhere near plants. Whoops. Kind of missed the theme entirely, but okay. Is the stream not signed up to appear on the Down2Jam site? I tagged it Down2Jam. I specifically went out of my way to tag it Down2Jam. Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm right there. I don't know if you, like, you gotta hit the arrows, but, I'm there. Yeah, I'm not cool enough to be here, though. But I am there. There's Kuba Man, who I think was in the thing. Javasaurus doing Final Fantasy. Interesting. And who was this? Oh, they've got a BRB screen up. Okay. Possibly. This also looks like it's within Unity, which is interesting. Oh, I have not followed this person? I've not seen this person? Well, if they weren't, like, gonna be right back. I was like, I'm not gonna do a raid if they're not there, but... I guess we're popping over here, then. That name is a little, like... Is it OG? Ma? Agma? Is it... There's a lot going on with that name. Yeah, okay, apparently somebody I'm not following. Somebody I have not seen. Okay, I think I have seen... Oh, I didn't even check to see if anybody was here. I just kind of assumed. But I think it said 3 people. Yeah, okay, there's a person. Or 2. I don't know if anybody wants to do a raid. But, there we go. Over here. Since there is some Down2Jamming. I really don't like the fact that I got a little bit of a sore throat. I'm like, no, is... I don't really want allergies, but I also really don't want that cold to have come back either. But yeah, I'll be gone for probably an hour and a half. We'll see if I show up at my usual, like, 6 o'clock stream time. But probably something like that.
Way better.
We'll see. Okay, but goodbye. I guess good night. I guess that still works. Goodbye, good night, good luck. have fun waiting. I could do that. Have fun waiting. But bye. I'll be back in a couple hours. Bye.
Hey, Gordos, welcome back.